Hello, whoever has the whatever on tab or something and happened to tune in by mistake. Here I am. Dry shampoo. Boop. $5 between streams. How nice. How generous. How wholesome. That's not wholesome. Getting $5 between streams. How is everybody that's actually here? Oof, 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 oof. Hair trouble, hair trouble. Hello, Glitchmaster. Hello, hello. Greater Rain. How are you? Did this fine day? Feel like we have some things to discuss today, but I also feel like we should start it slow, you know? Let people come in. We'll reach our standard of at least 500 viewers, right? That's our regular standard. Let's at least keep the stream up to standard. I'm a serious political streamer, damn it. I'm the biggest Polish trans streamer. I do political analysis and serious debates. Okay. My glasses are now. I think I can turn the radiator off now. Hold on. What do I do? Okay. Just finished cleaning a bit. Oh, cleaning. Wicked radiation. You need to give yourself head scratches to create cellular inflammation to get more blood flow to your scalp. Wait, what? What does... Wait, what is... Why are you telling me this? What? Why are you telling me this? Is there a problem with my scalp? Is there something you want to say? Is there... Are you saying something about my scalp? Is there a problem? Is there a problem, officer, with my scalp? What's the problem? Please tell me, I ask. What's the problem with my scalp? What is the implication here? No problem? I don't know. It didn't sound like there was no problem. It sounded like there was a problem. It worries me deeply. It disturbs me super hard. Wow, haters is soon into the stream. True, wicked radiation. Why are you so hateful towards me? Don't be hateful. And if you are not, prove it by... No, I don't. What? What? No, I don't. I don't use dye. Why would I use a dye? Okay, now I feel antagonized. Oh my gosh. Now I feel super antagonized right off the bat. Dye? No, I don't. What are you trying to say? Say it. Spill it. Say it. Be brave while I turn on a game for us to play. Oh, I criticize you being a bigot towards me. I'm not a hater. Well, I don't know. You just said I was like, you know, I had a problem with my scalp and, yeah, front mission. And also you said that I use a dye. I'm suspicious. I'm suspicious of the narrative. Head scratches can be a symptom of your hair being weak and falling off. Just saying. Just putting it out there. But anyway, how are you? How are you in any event? Wait, hold on. Is this still actually on? Hold on. Is the game still on? Oh wait, never mind. Let's turn off the game, actually. For now. Confirm. And let's finish this. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's because of the headphones. The headphones are a curse. What's happening? Hello, Lucy. Hello, Ty. Hello, Miss. Rare that I see greater rent in YouTube chat. Why would you mean never had head scratches? I just repeated myself. So, let's see. Wave. Game. Okay, we're gonna do this and then we're gonna maybe do some politics, who knows? Glasses? Oh. I was nosy because YouTube chat isn't on stream screen. Oh. You should all come to the side chat. It is superior. I don't know who you are. Too bad you stumbled on us. Next time I put a sign outside saying Thieves Hideout. Ha ha, damn rubbermouth. Now give yourself up. The game's glitching. Something's weird's going on in here, you think? We have many visitors today. Let's get them all together. Look, I'm becoming a DGGer slowly. Every time I play Final Fantasy Tactics, I become a DGGer more and more. Little by little, I do the transformation. It's actually not bad. People really don't like my video about Hassan and Asmongold. The like to dislike ratio is pretty even. Let me just say. YouTube chat is more convenient for moving viewers on mobile. There is a viewer that's called Jess. Jess is always very generous. And Jess says that the mobile application for the site page is actually not that bad. Okay, let's destroy the enemies. That's the goal, right? Why is the game glitching so much? It's okay, after this mission we're gonna... Wait, what are the... What are the what are the... Is there a way for me to check the mission objectives even? I feel like there's no way for me to check the mission objectives, and that is depressing as all hell. Sight isn't unusable on phone, it's just okay. Take some time getting used to if you like to chat a lot. Oh. I just chatted a lot on the phone app. So I don't know. Maybe Jess is just like a chatting genius. Why not befriend the enemies for once? I actually could. No, I can't, sorry. I don't have the units with that job in this mission. But if I had, I totally could. No, we'll just settle for killing them all. We'll do it the traditional way. Look, what a beautiful, beautiful traditional game. This game used to be my test if the PlayStation laser was still functioning correctly. Oops. Wow, the enemies are pretty tough here, actually. That's a surprise. Usually I just get into a mission and stomp, but I guess this is not one of those missions. Oh wow, really? So, that's interesting. Isn't there an option on mobile to just view a page as if it was on desktop? Oh my gosh, that is so overpowered. Sheesh. Alright, I guess. Oh my god. That is pretty good. Olan, I underestimated you. Damn. Did you see that? Don't act, don't move, don't do anything. Wow. Wowzers, trousers. Boop. Oh. Missed. You underestimate my power. Don't try it. Don't try to steal my money. Destiny lies in my hands. Stop movement. Galaxy stop. See? Even the game acknowledges that it's Destiny's favorite game. Destiny lies in my hands. Literally. That is interesting. That is very interesting indeed. Those guns are pretty strong, as expected. That's just silly. What a weird... I don't like this. This is one of the bad things about this game. The terrain difference. Not being able to attack the enemy. I'll figure it out. It's most likely my fault, not the sides. Don't blame yourself. I already do it too much. Today is the day of self-love. Whoop. Wow. 110. I've slept terribly. Oh, damn, what happened? Yup. Alright. One down. The rest to go. What an overpowered ability. It always hits at least a few opponents. It's kind of cracked, hacked. I guess I should go here, since it doesn't seem like I'd be able to hit the enemy. Damn. Helpless before me. I have no idea. I had 4-hour-long nap, then slept 7 hours, and I felt like crap. Maybe you should have slept more. Or should have eaten something good. Boop. CBD? What? About what? Oh wow, he punched them for 20. Damn. How cute. Punched for 20. Alright. I am ready to attack this chemist. Oh, I have to make that into a segment. Oh my gosh. To sleep like what? What is CBD? Boop. Right, let's get that chemist. Die, Walter White. Okay, so not major, well, okay. Whoop. You know what sounds great? Is one of those bagel breakfast sandwiches. I used to be into those steak and cheese bagel sandwiches at McDonald's, but then I started to feel suspicious of the meat. I need to make my own, maybe while I go on vacation. Sounds like a good idea. Also, I once went to a... Wow, this is gonna turn into a spontaneous story, but I once went to a friend's birthday party, and a food inspector was a friend of the friend that had the birthday party, and that food inspector gave me a whole rundown as to what to be careful about when buying food in the supermarkets, especially the big ones. He told me never to buy bread at a big supermarket because when it comes to the standards of food and what food is viable for consumptions, the big companies will always try to sort of skirt on the margins of being viable, right? Food inspector. And so you should never buy bread in at least in Poland, you should never buy bread in a big like store, like those chain, like Lidl or whatever, I don't know, those big supermarkets that are part of those I don't know, big places, because they actually mix in rotten grain into the bread, and there's a certain amount of rotten grain that is acceptable for consumption, and the big companies will just skirt the line, will just have enough of spoiled grain to make it acceptable to sell. So that's why the food inspector told me never to buy bread in those big shops. Also, I've been told never to buy. Okay, to be careful about milk as well, because there's a certain amount of, because of the big scale milking process of the cows, others will get those micro tears, and those micro tears don't really get properly treated, so this pus substance will form, and this pus substance will leak into the milk, and there's this amount of the substance that is available in the milk before it is not viable for consumption, and again, the big company sort of scared that line. So there you go. And the source is the food inspector that warned me about it. Which feels like a pretty credible source. A food inspector that, inspects food. We learned this first day in vegan school. Is vegan school run by food inspectors? Heck, I worry in the US that and so percentage of just literal hazmat or pest poison in the foods is allowed. I mean, as long as it's in the acceptable range, then who knows? As long as it won't poison and kill you, then maybe it's allowed. At least not right away. So this was my little story about a birthday party and a food inspector. If you were interested. I bet you were. I bet this was a great story. I should make this story into a segment. But unfortunately, it did not hit the 10-minute mark, so unfortunate. The book The Jungle was one of those stories that exposed the horror of food safety or lack thereof. It's crazy they're relying on how much we can resist a certain poison to determine if we can eat it or not. Well, it's a way to save money. If you can get away with lax standards, at least to some degree, then why not? If it meets the minimal level of standard, then why not? Someone says it's okay to eat, then we eat it. True. It's okay. Eat it. Eat it. Do it. Eat it. I order you to eat. Wait, why am I doing? What am I even doing? What are we doing here? Let's see. Let's see. Ooh. Are you alright? Thank you for saving me. My name is Olan Durai. What's yours? Ramzabi Wolf. Is something wrong? Oh, nothing, never mind. Where are you going anyway? To Lazalia. If you're going that way, we could go along. Too bad, I'm going the other way. Thanks for the offer. Well, be careful. You too. That was a very strange sound of, I don't know, grasping hands. I'll see you later. Stay alive till then. According to the narrative of that book, people used to dilute and preserve milk with formaldehyde, I believe. The main characters also saw rats and poo get ground into meat, and blood poisoning was common since the butchers had no safety gloves. I do like hot dogs and sausages, that's true. My favorite thing in the world. Blood poisoning, huh? Makes you think. There's a joke somewhere in there. Yes, I'm the joke. Wait, no. Today's the positive day. Today is the day of positivity. Let's go to the shop. Let's go shopping and see what we can get. Alright, let's do some shopping in Final Fantasy Tactics. Steven's favorite game. Fitting room. Oop. Mithril Spear. Maybe I'll finally be able to use a better weapon than a bag. Oh, okay. I guess no better weapon than a bag. I guess the bag still reigns supreme somehow. Can I get anything better than a bag? No? Oh my god, really? Really? Seriously? For real though? This is annoying. There's nothing better than a bag. Imagine fighting your way through opponents using a bag. Oh. Still not ready. Alright, cutscene. Let's go. Today felt sort of long. Why? Why did it feel long? To me it felt very enlightening. What's wrong? Why aren't you sitting? Because I'm not a lazy quack. I was surprised to know you were in Lazalia. Alma's here too. See her before you go. Brother, you read too much. You're a big nerd. What? Can you stop the war? Don't be ridiculous. What's the purpose? Beowulfs have fought to protect the people, not royalty. But now they're fighting for self-interest. You don't know anything. You don't understand, brother. This battle is someone's plot. Someone's using Larg and Goltana. Using? What are you talking about? I don't know much either. Daisedark tried to kidnap the princess to keep Goltana from the throne. But someone took the princess to Goltana. If she was killed, then Goltana would have been killed as a traitor. Daisedark planned the kidnap? You're saying your own brother came up with such a plot? Don't you know anything? You fool! Don't you trust your flesh? Get out! Go back to Igros. Don't you believe me? How am I supposed to believe an irreverent kid like you? I've cared about you being my half-brother, but after all, bad blood is bad blood. Why don't you talk? I don't know, I would have opened with the magic stones that turn people into demons from hell, but I don't know, maybe it's just me. You know? I would have felt like a pretty good idea to make your story more, you know. The Zodiac Gravestones. It was 5 hours therapy. Yes, it feels enlightening for me for many reasons. Not suitable for a Beowulf. Salbag. Your Excellency, I was told TJ Seed broke through Dogwalla Pass. What? I thought they were at Batfla. We'll have an assembly. Tell everyone to join. I'll be there too. Yes, sir. So yes, today felt enlightening to me. We meet Alma. Oh. Oh, maybe this store will have a sword instead of a bag. Please. The Elon Musk rod. No! No sword? Really? Hold on, that's impossible. That's impossible! Uh, huh. Okay. No more bags. I'm glad. I think. Very glad. I think that was enlightening. Well, wait, what? What do you mean? Well, I'm glad. I think that it was enlightening. Wait, you're glad you think, or are you glad that I think so? What are you glad for? You confuse me. You make me very, very confused. This cannot be. Oh? Oh, I want to check something real quick. Alright. Let's move out. Uh-oh. I cannot move out. I've been trapped in a mission. Another mission for my life. So what are you glad for, Greater Rain? Oh, I know this mission. This mission is... I'm not gonna... Wait. Hold on. No, wait! I can place one more. I'm not gonna say it's fun necessarily, but it's something. It's a mission. And we always live for the mission. Wow. Nobody appreciates Steven's favorite game. Ramza, wait! Alma. You were going to leave without telling me. I hate goodbyes. You won't be back, will you? Delita is alive. What? Delita helped kidnap the princess. What does all this mean? Wait, I'm pretty sure it should be what does this all mean, but not what does all this mean. This, I don't know, it feels off somehow. Sorry, I tapped weird at first, then Oh, thank you. Thank you for being glad for me. I thought he joined Gotana to get back at us, but he seems to be involved more with someone else. Someone other than Delita saved the princess from being killed for some scheme. Is it true Daisedarg was involved in the kidnapping? Yes. I'm sure he had his reasons, but I don't know them. So, Teta, is Teta? Yes. Alma, listen carefully. I don't know who's behind Delita, but he is dangerous. Taking advantage of the war to achieve something vicious. Oh no. Is Delita party to the plot? I don't know. He seemed to have his own ideas about things though. You're fighting against them? I'll go with you. Are you out of your mind? Of course not. I want to prove what you're saying is true. No. No! I don't want to see another Teta. Alma. Ramza Beowulf, aren't you? This also feels off somehow grammatically. From the Beowulf, aren't you? I don't know, it feels off. But then again, old games had pretty wacky translations, so. I'm Zalmo Lusnada, heresy examiner. I order you to appear at the heresy hearing on suspicion of murder and heresy. You will follow us. Any resistance will force us to execute you immediately. Heresy examiner? Run, brother! I won't let you. Get him. Kill the heretic. So now we're fighting against the church. We're bringing a fight to the church. No way the church's gonna, I don't know, get us. Okay, let's go one by one through the door. Because my whole party has been creepily, I don't know, lurking behind the wall, I guess. Very strange. Very strange behavior. If I've ever seen strange behavior in my entire life. In my long, long years, I've never seen such wacky, creepy behavior. I feel like the church and video games are always corrupt villain guys. Yeah, just like in real life. Exactly. Just like in real life. Still can't believe that my people were just behind this door, eavesdropping on the convo. Cleric. Yeah, run away. What's the spell? Alright, let's go. Haste. Haste makes waste. Or so they say. Makes wastes hastes. Isn't that true, everybody? That's here. For Final Fantasy Tactics. I should be dynamically changing the title of the stream or whatever, but you know. It should be my job. But then will I remember what the stream was supposed to be about to begin with? We're gonna be mocking Trump a lot today, I feel. But it's okay. A very mockable character. Very quotable. His quotes are very mockable. Trump deserves mocking. Deserves mockery. Just like that old dude deserved to be hit like that. I feel it in my bones. I feel it in my soul. Opposing us is the same as blasphemy. It's not too late. Repent and your life will be saved. Why am I a heretic? I haven't done anything. Don't be coy. You killed Raklau and took the holy stone to give it to a demon. That's a false charge. It was an evil stone with vicious power, not like the legend. Further, the cardinal became the legendary Lucavi with its evil power. You dare to hurt him too? Oh, for shame! You are a disgrace to the Beowulf name. For shame! The old man has like inbuilt regeneration. It feels like, oh, I have an idea. Oh my gosh, maybe it feels silly, but I feel like, all right, I'm gonna Earth's anger running through my arms. Earth slash. Wait, hold on. I'm feeling like I've stumbled upon something. I'll try it. Definitely try it. What I will try is a secret. Is a secret. A secret. But I'll do it. I will do the thing that is a secret. Woof. It's okay. If anybody's gonna be breaking down any doors, it's gonna be me. Whoop. Also, the border patrol, when they raided me, they actually didn't break the door. They called, and someone just, I think my mom just opened the door. Just a little trivia. What? How did I miss? This is ridiculous. It's unfair. You saved your money. What are you saying? Yeah, kill him. Kill him hard. Something about at the image of a very calm and civilized police raid is hilarious. The funniest thing about that border patrol, it was border patrol technically speaking, not the police. Brother, run, hurry! Those he takes never return. Run, hurry! You should run, Alma, or you too will be branded a heretic. Hurry and run. I can't leave you alone here. The funniest thing was that we informed them that we had a cat in the apartment, and the people doing a big search of the apartment said there's no cat here. Ain't no cat in this apartment. And for a second there, we thought that she escaped from the apartment when they were getting in through the door. But then, after they left, our little kitty came out of hiding. And I don't know. Either our kitty was brilliant at hiding or the border patrol was very bad at searching. You make the call. Which one was? You decide which one of these two options it was. Stealthy cat. Yeah, like solid snake. Hello, Abkael. Man, I don't recall Stardew Valley being this intense. Well, I don't know. How many hours of Stardew Valley do you have under your belt? How much Stardew Valley have you played in your life to be making such judgments? Woo! Oh gosh. What a tough battle. I have to depart. Family time. Have fun with your family. Family time is good if your family's cool. Whoop. You heretics don't fear God. I'll fix you. Teleport. Teleporting priests. All the enemies disappeared. Oh no, I've made a mistake. I should have farmed them for more experience. That was a mistake on my part. Well, whatever. I'll have to farm the alternative way. Take care, Lucy, and take care, chat. Yeah, it'll be nice seeing little cousins and my aunt who are getting pizza together. Might play some games. Are you alright? Yeah, so we're both okay. How would the examiner find out about the Holy Stone? Maybe it was someone behind Delita or Glabados church. But why would the church? Holy Stone? You mean the legendary Holy Stone? Then maybe I've seen it. What? Where? Promise to take me with you? Don't be ridiculous. You'd have a terrible time. No! I won't take you! Okay, then I won't tell you. Come on, don't play games. You might get killed. It may be too late already because you disobeyed him. By now, I'm probably a heretic, a fugitive like you. Daisedarg may desert me to protect Beowulf. He's capable of that. No, it's too dangerous. Explain it to Zalbag and get permission from the church. I saw it at Orban Monastery. Yes, a crystal with carved Virgo crest. Virgo. Before it passes into their hands. Thanks for telling me. Now go back to Zalbag. How do you get in Orban? You're a heretic. You can't go into a monastery of Glabados. There's no way. See, you do need me, don't you? Only as far as Orban, alright? Then you go back. Alright. Promise me. The promise was not made. Damn. This reminds me certain dynamics. Reminds me of real life. Let's... Oh. Alright, we go to the beginning of the game. Bar. How's everybody? I could go for some... Oh my gosh. You're all addicted. You're addicted to the shroom. I cannot believe you. You're all evil and corrupted. To the core. The Inquisition will get you. It's been years. Yeah, sure. And by years you mean 5 days or 30 minutes. I know all about your ways, your highs and your calm downs. I know all about it, indeed. I wish. My grandpa makes really good homemade Caesar salad with garlic and mushrooms. Oh, finally. We're talking about regular mushrooms. Damn. By the way, on the I Love Lucy Day, it was also the global mushroom day. I forgot to mention it, but yes, it was also the mushroom day, in fact. Let's make the music louder, since it's my favorite track. One of my favorite tracks of the game. He is capable of that large character. Evil ways in which they go about their business. Evil, evil people. purple ball attack. Let's go. Go into this position. Whoop. Got him. Now we're gonna get it number 2. Yup. What? Come on. This happens too often. Ridiculous. This is outrageous. It's unfair. I don't like what's happening. Pa, pa, da, pa. Okay, we're gonna finish the enemy. Listen, while you're here, why not leave that evil, awful YouTube chat and join the White Forest page, you know. Be seen on the street. Why not join? Why not do me this favor? Well, like Lucy, have you seen Destiny debate Flat Earth from the pro-Flat Earth position? What? No? Has that happened? When did it happen? What are you talking about, Arkael? I'm intrigued. I am intrigued. Oh my gosh. I swear to God, that Hassan Piker Destiny debate is like the like-dislike ratio is all over the place. So what are you talking about, Arkael? Look. You gonna tell me, or is it a secret? I guess spill the beans. X potion. Uh-oh. Whoa. Whoa. Purple ball attack. Dying sound is so silly. I'm gonna revive Ramza using a Phoenix down. Pretty sure in Japanese it's just called a phoenix tail or something, not a phoenix down. Whatever that means. There you go. Well done. Uh-oh. Everybody is leveling up all of a sudden. Okay, Arkael, you cannot just throw a question at me and then just, you know, don't follow it up. You have to, I don't know, say something. Whoop. Uh-oh. Beating this game on stream is gonna make me politically wise. It's gonna make me all smart. should keep you dead. I found it. Oh, you found it? Well, we're gonna have to link it in the side chat, I'm afraid. Oh wait, no, you're actually a mod. You can link it here, I think. Okay, link it then. Really? There was a debate of Destiny. Alright, we're gonna watch it then. Okay, I'm curious. I'm intrigued. When did that happen? Is it something new or whatever? I have a feeling that you're trolling me or something. Let's see. Let's make the game quieter. I have a feeling I'm being trolled, but I'll trust you. I'll trust you just this once. I hope this is not a debate from like 10 years ago. 25 minutes. This is from 5 years ago. Come on. Really? He did it to prove he could win a debate while being wrong. Oh my god. The Vosh thing. Okay, we can watch it, I guess. Whatever. Yeah, Vosh did the same thing. Oh, debating is just about rhetoric. Therefore, even if something's totally incorrect, I can still sort of wing the debate by playing semantics with... annoying. Annoying. Let's see it then. Let us see it. The skill of winning a debate when incorrect. From 5 years ago. Let us see it. Oh, you even DM'd it to me. Alright, let's go. We are getting our fill of Destiny tonight, I guess. React. Wait, what's the... Oh gosh. I have to do the bird milk. Alright, let's go. Wait, is this muted?
Two in high school. That was 4 years ago. That's
okay. I say that the Earth is flat. What say you?
Okay. So here's premise one, right? You can use an accelerometer to measure the difference in an angle, right?
How is your accelerometer calibrated?
Any accelerometer. All right. No,
Have you ever built an accelerometer yourself that you've calibrated yourself?
Okay. All right. No, that's fine. We don't need an accelerometer.
Okay.
Let's use a straight line. Okay. You're walking in a straight line.
Yep.
Right? Turn 90 degrees.
Okay.
All right. Continue.
Okay, that's a silly argument. Have you ever built X by yourself? That's a silly argument.
You're walking in a line. Turn 90 degrees again. Will you intersect the original line you're on? Yes or no?
No.
If the Earth is flat, you won't. If the Earth is rounded, spherical, you will intersect that line.
Have you ever driven or walked that far enough to actually test
You do not need to walk that far. You can do it in a couple of miles and you will intersect the line.
No, I can see how the streets are laid out in my city and they don't intersect. They make squares.
Yeah, because the streets are not straight lines, right? This is the premise, right?
No, if I go and look at a map right now, wait, no, whoa, don't gishcal at me, bro. If I go and I look up a map of Los Angeles,
yeah, fuck maps. We don't need maps.
All of the maps, all of the lines are perfectly straight. The streets are all straight, and they don't, and these do fine. They're just like I would expect. Yeah, they are.
So you tell me, you got look, right there. Adam's Moment. You go to that intersection, right? You put down a piece of paper, the 90-degree edge of that piece of paper. That will directly match that angle. That's what you're telling me?
Yep.
Okay, sure. You can use that angle then. Take that angle and connect two other 90-degree angles, and they will intersect, right? And you can just use the edge of the paper to measure out the angle, and it will intersect. You will eventually intersect the line you started on.
What are you talking about?
Oh boy. This is stupid. And I hate it.
You never intersect. You'd have to make another turn.
No, you wouldn't.
If I am driving down Western Avenue and I take a right on Martin Luther King Boulevard and I were to keep a left even, I'm always going to be driving. I'm never going to intersect with any line. What do you mean?
Okay, would you make the argument the entire GPS and GLaSSNAS systems are just fabricated and they have like some complex algorithm that converts a flat Earth into a geometrical one or a sphere?
No, it's very simply done. It's ran by the U.S. government and they just translate it so that the coordinates make sense.
Okay, what's the algorithm that would do that then?
I mean, I can refer you to... I mean, what's the algorithm that they would use for a circular Earth?
It's called GPS positioning. It's just the time response takes to get from the satellite to where you are, and they triangulate with 3 other satellites, and then you get to your position. It's so much simpler to explain a spherical Earth than some
but you can't even explain... Wait,
axis.
what do you mean? Any explanation you give for why your satellites work in your system works perfectly fine in mine. How do your satellites even measure... Wait, how do your satellites even measure the other end of the Earth? If the Earth is spherical, how do the satellites even get the information around the planet?
Because there are multiples. All right, just
what do you mean, wait, because there are multiples? Wait, so wait. Stop gish-galloping me. I just want to ask a question. How are the satellites
Oh my gosh, it's been so long since I've heard the wait. Ugh. This is less fun than I thought. Suggest the use of a compass. Kind of showing his hand that he's basically a political mercenary.
aimed that they can both simultaneously send information to Earth and to other satellites?
Because they have line of sight.
Wait, line of sight to what? To the Earth or the other satellites?
To the other satellites.
So how are they aimed at the Earth? Wait. If they're aimed at the other satellites,
Okay.
how are they aimed at the Earth in order to tell you like where your signal is?
Draw a sphere and then draw a bigger sphere.
Wait, why
around
can't you
it,
answer
right?
my question?
I can't. This is how I'm answering your question.
No. I'm okay. Wait. I'm asking you if a satellite is both facing another satellite that's supposedly above your circular Earth and facing the ground at the same time. How can they? How do they do that? How can they be
They have field of view.
What?
A satellite is like I don't know X amount of degrees that they can intercept and transmit data on.
Wait, what?
It's not like satellites are literally lasers.
No, but they usually have like dishes that are pointed in like a certain direction.
Yeah. And those dishes have a sphere, have a radius that they can transmit data on.
No, they're usually pointed in a very specific direction. If we were to go outside and you were to look at, if you were to go and look at any satellite dish ever made, go outside looking for a DirecTV satellite dish, it's pointing in a certain direction. And anybody here that has experience with satellite dishes knows that if you misalign these even a little bit, you'll lose all of your signal. If you have a DirecTV satellite set up and you misangle it by even 30 degrees, you have no TV.
Really
so how are you telling me that a GPS satellite can both cover enough area on Earth and point at another satellite? Unless, are you telling me that there are literally millions of GPS satellites that do this?
First off, there's numerous thousands of them. I'm pretty sure there's a lot.
You would need far more than thousands. Actually, let's do. Wait.
No, I don't even care. Right?
Wait. Square footage of Earth. Wait, I'm curious. Square footage of Earth. How many satellites would you need to cover so many miles so that you can both be pointed at the ground and pointed at another satellite?
You don't even need that. Okay, satellites can have multiple dishes. You can have one pointing at the ground that is scanning and one that communicates to other satellites.
Show me a picture of a GPS satellite that you send up that has dishes pointed at the Earth and at the other satellites.
All right, let's look up GPS satellites.
Okay. I'm looking at some right now. I don't see multiple dishes on them. Yeah.
On stream right now.
Looks like one dish just pointing down at the Earth to me. How do you get multiple dishes all over the place?
Oh wow, look at this. What is this?
I'm looking at it.
Okay, I'm literally linking you in chat right now exactly how satellites would communicate with each other, right? It's from a Wikipedia article on GPS satellite orbits.
Yeah, of course, because the Wikipedia articles are written for spherical Earth.
You're asking me how something would communicate with itself, with the ground, and other satellites, and this is how. So I've answered the question. Can we go on to the next one?
So you haven't answered the question. You've continually dodged it. Now you're doing an appeal to authority. Not to mention that we're only looking at pictures of satellites. We're not looking at actual real ones. And you haven't answered the question of how this look at this satellite here that they even draw the picture of. It's not even facing the Earth. How could you possibly do GPS with this?
Oh wow, you're right. I didn't consider that. I like how we just didn't finalize the original argument about the 90-degree angles, and now we're going to the
wait. We did the 90-degree argument angle. You lost.
No, how did I lose that argument?
Because everybody on this planet knows that if I take a left down the street and then I go down the street and I take a left on another one, I'm not going to run into the original street, which is apparently what you think.
5 miles. If you go for 5 miles, turn left. 5 miles, turn left. You will intersect the original line within like 20 miles.
No, you won't. What are you talking about?
Really? Do you want to try it? Go out in your car right now and try it, okay?
Actually, we don't need to. I'll go back to my home city of Omaha, Nebraska, and we can go down Dodge. That street goes on for way more than 5 miles, and if you take a left down there, you can drive 5 miles as well, and you won't intersect with anything.
Okay, it's probably so. Then it's more than 5 miles. Say it's 100 miles.
Now it's 100 miles.
Yeah, it could be. So like
It could be. It sounds like you don't even know. You're just making up numbers to win. But no. Listen. What you're doing right now is really important. This is what every single sphere cuck does. Is in order to win their argument, when 5 miles doesn't work, well, now it's 100 miles. If I say, well, I drive 100 miles, you're gonna say, okay, it's 1,000 miles. This is the same thing. No, listen. This is the same thing you guys do when it comes to the horizon. Why can't I see curvature? Well, because you're not far up enough. Okay, well, now I'm in a plane. Why can't I see it up there? Oh, because you're not far up enough. Okay, well, now I've got a weather balloon. Why can't I see it there? Oh, well, it's not far up enough. I have to believe in a space station that I've never seen in my entire life that's supposedly transmitting information back to Earth to tell me that there's a sphere or a curvature on the Earth.
Live on stream right now, okay? Trigonometry problem. Do you agree that trigonometry exists and it's a legitimate science?
Sure.
You agree with trigonometry? Okay. A squared plus b squared is c squared, right? So now we have a squared and b squared are 5. And the answer is what number? How far would you have to go, right?
I don't know. You tell me.
25 plus 25, and then the square root of 50.
It's like 7.07.
Yeah, 7.07. So that's...
So you're saying I only have to go 5 miles, and then if I turn left, I should drive 7 miles, and I'll run into my original point? All right, let's check. So here we have...
Those aren't straight lines. Those aren't straight lines.
I mean, if that's what you want to do, hold on. Let's go to... I'm trying to find the biggest street in Omaha. 72nd Street in Omaha. Okay, we're going to follow this street in Omaha. So 72nd. I'm going to get how do you draw like a measure distance?
I have gotten a very interesting and how do I say measured and deep comment that I will have to respond to at some point. Who in their right mind would believe in flat Earth? There are whole associations of flat earthers, I'll have you know. There are whole associations of flat earthers. Also, all the arguments that Destiny makes, if you really want to be argumentative, can be without even having any data, just reflected back at him. Well, what evidence do you have that the earth is flat? All of your evidence depends on a big conspiracy, on all the measuring, on all the photographic etc equipment being rigged. So what's your evidence of that? And just bam, just reverse the argument. The end.
Okay, click on the map. Bam. So we're gonna drive from here. Oh, okay, that's 1.9 miles. That's 2.9 miles. How far do you want me to go? Do you want me to go 5 miles?
Let's go 100 miles. It doesn't matter.
Okay, wait. Okay, wait. Let's go 100 miles.
Repeat this. Okay.
So if I were to go, there's 11.2 miles. Let's say somehow we jump up there and we go 14 miles. So you're saying that if I go up here 100
Your lines
miles.
are not straight. Look at that line. Those are not straight. Those are not 113 lines. What are you doing?
My lines aren't completely straight, but you're saying that if I drive up here 100 miles, that I can take a right here, maybe whatever is this? What is this? Interstate 71? If I drive right here, eventually I'm just gonna run back into this point.
Okay.
Not very interesting.
Wait, no. This is actually something. If your lines were straight and then you brought it down, the distance between the bottom 2 points and the top 2 points would not be the same.
Yeah. Yes, it would be.
No, it wouldn't. Depending on if you're above or below the equator, they would not be the exact same distance.
Okay, let's check. Okay, clear measurements.
No.
Well, no, wait, let's check. Let's test it. I'm curious.
Better example.
Let's test it.
Okay,
Measure distance, okay?
I don't know exactly how accurate Google is. It probably rounds it off. It probably truncates it so we don't have the accurate data.
Oh, so now it's because it's truncating that it's not going to work.
These are very precise measurements, right? So let's do another example, right? So you.
Whoa! Now wait, why we got to move on to another example?
3 ships. Yeah, because this one's more clear. 3 ships, right? You have communications. You say lasers or whatever that you can communicate between the 3 ships. Okay. You send one ship and the second ship. Maybe they're above horizon. Maybe they're 200 miles away, right? The third ship. Could you connect these ships so that there were 90 degrees between the 2 respective ships for each relevant ship, right?
Hold on, I'm seeing if it's going to be okay. Do you guys think when I draw it?
I'm gonna be honest. If I were the other person, I'd not treat this seriously at all. I'd use the most ridiculous arguments to counter Destiny's arguments. The most surface level arguments, such as just saying that the Earth being flat really depends on a lot of conspiratorial thinking on your part. You have to prove that all the photographic evidence, all the visual evidence that exists of the Earth being a sphere is fabricated. Go and prove it. I'm waiting. And beyond that, I'm just sitting pretty. It's more just funny to say that the Senate defended the flat Earth than it is to see him actually do it. This isn't the only flat Earth debate he's done that either. Oh my gosh. Why even?
Here, are we going to go all the way to 400 miles, or is it going to be some different number? Here we go. I don't know.
I wish I were born a man. Don't be silly. You're the only one I trust. Brother, take care of Simon.
Dude, it looks like a perfect square like I would expect a flat Earth to be. It's 400 miles, almost exactly.
No. The first one? No. Right before this, you were 299.3, and then you were 401. Those are not the exact angles.
It's like 400 miles. It's almost the same. If this was a spherical...
It's like...
Yeah, well, because there's a little bit of human error in me drawing the box, but for the most part, this is exactly how it is.
We're dealing with very precise measurements here. You can't just say a little bit of human error and then ignore it.
Okay, how precise... Okay, yeah, how precise does it have to be? How many miles out do we have to go?
I don't know how far the ships would have to be away from
Okay, well, before you seemed very confident in 5 miles. Now you seem confident in 100. What, it has to be bigger now?
There is a number. There is a number that exists that you can get 3 ships, and all of them have 90 degrees of separation, right?
Oh, okay.
There's a number. And then you can't refute it. There's a number.
You don't need to do any of this.
I don't know what you're asking me. I don't know what math has to do with this. This is a simple observation.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, okay. Are we done?
I don't know, are you? Are you going to bring any real evidence for a spherical Earth?
So, I'm telling you, right?
Wait, hold on. Why does he have to bring the evidence for a spherical Earth? The evidence already exists. It's actually the burden of proof is on Destiny to disprove the existing evidence. I'm sorry, but the status quo, as far as I know, is the spherical Earth. So actually, it's for the person that says that it's flat to bring forward the evidence. So I'm sorry, the premise of this debate is backwards. No? Wouldn't you say? Why do I need to present evidence? The evidence already exists. It's up to you to prove that it's fake. All I have to do is present one type of evidence. The photos from space. Boom. And then it's up to you to disprove. And it's not enough for you to say, oh, it's rigged. Well, prove it. Prove that it is. Here you go. Why is the person that the Earth is spherical on the defensive and has to provide evidence? That makes no sense. Just saying. A very weird premise, the debate. Very favorable to a certain debater. Wouldn't you say? I'd say so. Oracle. Very sus, as they say. Ooh. Oh, mastered the knight. So, like, the premise is just wrong. Destiny should be the one providing the evidence because he's challenging the established thing.
It's something that you can observe. If you can accurately measure the angles you walk, you could walk a distance by which 3 turns...
We've already tested this, sir, and it's not working at all, so we have to do a different...
No, you only tested for like 100 miles.
Okay, how many miles should I test? How many miles do you want me to test?
I don't know.
You don't even know, then what am I supposed to do?
Because I don't know the exact curvature of the Earth and how far you'd have to walk. It's probably on the order of thousands of miles, but there's a number that can scientifically...
Thousands of miles? How many miles is it? How many miles is it from the North Pole to the South Pole? Do you even know?
Probably a lot. But I know for sure that
You
it
don't
happens.
even know. Let me tell you.
can do it with
It's
confidence in America.
8,600 miles, okay? So you're telling me I have to walk, what,
Okay.
5,000 miles to actually
No,
get
no,
there?
no, no, look.
Wait, you just said 1,000 miles and you don't even know. There might have been more distance, or there might not even have been that much distance between the North and South Pole. You didn't even know. And now you're trying to say that you know how far I would need
Are
to
you
walk?
gish galloping me? I think you're gish galloping.
I'm not gish galloping you. You just made a claim
Yeah.
about how many miles I would have to walk in order to see this supposed curvature, and you didn't even
Yeah.
know how many miles wide the Earth was, or how long it would take to
Can
get from
you
north to
explain
south.
why you can't see something over the horizon?
Yeah, of course, because light falls
Wow.
off.
What do you mean light falls off?
Light is attracted to gravitational bodies, so it's pulled down into the Earth, so we can't see that far.
Okay. At this point, I just have to say, what is your evidence for that?
You believe this, right? Don't you say in your science books that black holes absorb
no.
light? So wouldn't the
Yeah,
Earth absorb light too?
absolutely.
So you shine a light over a long distance and it gets pulled into the
alright,
Earth.
So, do you just disagree with the measurements of the gravity?
I just go ridiculous. Prove it, Destiny. What do you mean? Do I believe what the textbooks say? We don't believe anything. We don't believe in any evidence because it's all controlled by the government. Destiny. Why are you using the textbooks if you don't believe in the established evidence for the round Earth? Are you selectively believing in the evidence? No, we're discarding the textbooks. We're discarding the textbooks. Prove it. Prove it on your own without talking about the textbooks. There you go. That would be my counter argument. Since we're discarding all the official evidence. Boom. Bam.
Like how much gravity Earth has?
Have
You just-
you tested how light works, Destiny? Have you done it yourself? Have you proven by your own experimentation that the light is actually, sucked in by black holes? I don't think so. I don't think you've done the experiment yourself. So why are you saying that it's true? Very suspicious. There you go. I can also stoop to that level of argumentation, which Destiny did earlier. So there you go. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness.
You just think that they're off?
Simple.
It's not 9.81. It's so much more.
9.81. That's not a measure of gravity. That's the speed at which
Meters
the
per
Earth is
second
ascending.
squared.
What?
Oh, okay,
Yeah, that's
okay.
the speed at which.
No,
Yeah.
you're wrong. You're wrong.
No,
You
no,
can't-
no,
you can't
no,
both
no,
say
no,
the Earth is ascending at
no, no, no,
9.81,
no, no,
right?
no,
And then
no,
also
no,
say
no.
that light
No,
is
no, no, no,
is deflecting along the horizon, because that's not enough to affect the velocity of light. That is not enough.
Wait, I'm sorry, sir. If light is
Light
shot,
goes three
no.
times
Sorry,
98
sir.
meters per second, right? 9.81 meters per second is not going to have an impact on the speed of light. It will not, no. You could see literally Burj Khalifa, the fucking tallest city, from here,
sir,
if that was the case.
Sir, things
Sir.
still attract things to one another. Things obviously attract things to one another. We can watch water do this as well. It's just not the same force of gravity
That's
that you
called
describe.
surface tension.
Okay, you can call it what you want, but that's not the same type of gravity that you're describing. I don't understand. Tell me why you think you should be able to observe something miles and miles away from you if gravitational bodies as you describe them attract light. If light should be pulled into the Earth, why should I be able to see something
Wait, hold on. How do you know that light is pulled into the Earth? Have you tested it yourself, Destiny? Come on. You haven't. You cannot make that claim. Don't make claims that you have not tested and experimented. That's not a good thing to do.
miles away?
Because it takes a sufficient mass or a change in velocity of light to have an impact.
So you're telling me that the Earth...
No, that's Destiny being a flat earther, actually. And wrecking the round earther.
The huge thing we live on has no
Yeah.
impact on light.
I'm telling you the impact of 9.81 meters per second is nothing compared to 3 times 10 to the 8. That's what I'm telling you.
If that's true, then why is it that during a lunar eclipse, we still see the light pulled around the moon because of the supposed gravity of the moon, as you say?
That
Why-
has to do with diffraction. That has to do with diffraction.
The moon is diffracting the light off the surface?
No, light goes in wavelengths, and the wavelengths sometimes don't intersect the object. That's how light can bend around doors.
Wait, how is the light bending?
Oh, so do you disagree that light travels in waves?
Sure, light travels in
Oh.
waves, but I don't know what you mean by it's
Okay.
bending around the moon. Only some light waves bend around the moon, or what?
Yeah, because so sometimes, right, depending on the wavelength of the light, the wavelength
Yeah, I
can
have
actually
to
pass
divide my
by
own.
something that would otherwise have been in direct line of sight.
So you're saying that some light goes. Wait. Hold on. Wait. I'm trying to understand. You're saying that some light just goes right through the moon? Why are you googling stuff in the middle of our debate? You should know this.
Yes.
Okay. Wait. So some light bends around the moon and some light doesn't?
Listen to my flat Earth argument. Okay, here it goes. If I'm flat, then why wouldn't the Earth also be flat? Here you go. Have you considered those facts? But you haven't.
Yes, because sunlight hits the moon, sunlight doesn't, depending on where it is in its way.
What do you mean the light doesn't hit the moon? I thought you said the moon blocks the whole sun.
Do you want me to explain it? It is defined as the bending of waves around the corners of an obstacle or through an aperture into the region of geometrical shadow of the obstacle plus aperture.
Okay, so why does this only bend some light waves and not others, supposedly?
This debate, quote unquote, should not be framed like this in the slightest, but okay, whatever.
Do you want to talk about the dual slit experiment?
No. I don't know why you have to keep jumping topics. Why? I just want you to tell me why
I'm explaining to you how it passes through something within the line of sight.
Person's mad.
I just want to know why you think some light bends around the moon and some light doesn't, supposedly.
Because not all light has the same wavelengths, and it also depends on where the light is in the wavelength.
Can you ever run an experiment on Earth? If I shine a flashlight around a corner, I don't see certain...
No, you cannot use that You cannot use that argument. Like, I can throw it back at you. Have you ever experimented the fact that light is actually sucked in by black holes? There you go.
Types of light bend around the corner.
Why does Destiny get to use that argumentation, but the other person doesn't? It's silly. Come on. Don't be silly. Throw it back at Destiny. Do it. Do it. I know you want to. Come on. Do it. Do it.
I'm talking about the dual slit experiment. It does this. And
what does the dual slit experiment explain?
Okay, it's how something. So it's interference patterns and diffraction patterns. When you have one light source and then two separate openings, and you shine the light source, it has an interference pattern. Why would that happen for electrons?
That has to do with quantum theory about how we can't know where a certain photon is going.
Wait, hold on. What do you mean quantum theory? Have you ever tested quantum theory, Destiny? With your own microscope? Or do you just believe what you're being told about it? There you go. That's my reply. That's my retort. What now? What now, Destiny? You're gonna throw quantum theory at me. What's your evidence for it? What's your evidence for quantum theory even being a thing? I say quantum theory is not a thing. What now? Prove it to me. Prove to me that it is a thing.
Before we've actually observed it. The dual slit experiment isn't an experiment that has to do with different wavelengths. That just has to do with quantum theory, supposedly, about how we can't actually know.
So you're saying the only implication from this massive study or massive experiment was one thing in quantum mechanics?
That's generally what it's testing. It has nothing to do with wavelengths. Yeah, of course. You're telling me we didn't know about rainbows before the dual slit experiment?
You don't need to know. Okay, all right, cool.
All the dual slit experiment tests is that by observing a photon, you are actually changing like where it's going to wind up at. That's the whole point of the dual slit experiment. It has nothing to do with wavelengths.
That's not what it explains.
That's all it has to do. It has nothing to do with wavelength. Wait, so you're telling me that
No. So you just told me that Heisenberg's uncertainty principle is explained by the dual slit.
That's part of no. What Heisenberg's uncertainty
principle?
You literally
just said that.
No, I'm just talking about.
The mass. You said we can't know about velocity and the mass. That's literally Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. And you said that the dual slit experiment explains that, which it doesn't.
So you're telling me that we had no description of how rainbows worked until the dual slit experiment?
No. I'm telling you the dual slit experiment explains much more than just rainbows, but it also helps explain rainbows, which is just a fraction of light.
So if I were to go into Google and type in dual slit experiment and then rainbow, you think there's going to be some information that comes up about this?
I don't know. Probably. I don't know. It's not relevant to the question.
What do you mean? You're literally saying that this is what it is explaining. Let's see.
You
college
were the
physics.
one that said that.
You're the one that brought up the double slit experiment. I'm looking at like a whole thing about rainbows on this explanation.
I brought up the dual slit experiment to explain the fraction of light and interference patterns.
I don't know what you still haven't explained how this causes it to bend around the moon.
It literally explains diffraction, how light is a wave that sometimes intercepts an object and sometimes can go around it, even though it's in its line of sight.
I don't think dual slit has anything. I'm curious, how does this have anything to do with rainbows? Can you please explain this to me?
I never drew the connection of rainbows. That was all on your part.
Wait, then why did you bring up the dual slit experiment?
To explain diffraction.
Why do we need to explain diffraction to talk about the moon?
Because that's how the light bends around the moon, even though it's in its line of sight.
It bends around the moon because of diffraction? How?
Yes.
It's passing through a vacuum. In your explanation, the space is a vacuum around the moon. There's nothing to diffract through.
The bending around the moon is okay. You're conflating so many different things. The bending around the moon is not technically
Let's focus.
bending,
Let's focus on one thing, okay? Let's just talk about the moon. All of us can see a lunar eclipse, and all of us can see the sun rays bending around the moon. Now, in my theory, okay, where the sun isn't 8 million, whatever billion.
I mean, you're just assuming we can see the rays bending around the moon. Maybe they're always bent. Can you prove it that they actually bend around anything? There you go. I'd be difficult in this farce debate. Gonna be honest.
Miles away from the Earth, the sun is actually a body thousands of miles in the sky, and the moon is a body, directly beneath it. In my theory, it all makes sense. Of course, the moon pulls the light a little bit into it, the same way that light falls onto the Earth when we observe it.
What do you mean the light pulls? Have you ever experimented and actually established that light gets pulled by anything ever? Prove it. Prove it now. Your theory is
at a distance of 10 miles or whatever. It makes sense. But now in your theory, you have a light source that's billions of miles away. You have a moon in front of it that's supposed to be right next to our planet, but somehow that moon is bending the light around it through diffraction or something? I'm just trying to ask you to explain that.
The light is diffracting around it.
Diffracting through what? It's a vacuum.
The amount of work done by the moon on the light particles is very, very low. Almost nothing.
The moon... Wait. How does the moon cause diffraction of light around the moon in the vacuum?
The same way that any other object would cause diffraction.
Okay, sure, let's try it. Hold on, okay.
No. Light propagates through space as a wave. And
so we can all of us can do this experiment right now. Hold an object, actually hold your hand up and block a light source, and you can actually see no light's getting through my hand. I don't see any light traveling through. All of us can hold our hand up over a light and block the light.
It depends on the size and the intensity of the light. If you held up your thumb to like a 200 megawatt flashlight or something, you would experience diffraction.
So you're telling me that the moon is the absolute perfect size to totally block everything except for the slight edges of the sun that allows it. What?
It's that the sun is so big that it's so much energy coming from the sun that it can produce diffraction.
Wait, so now the sun is the one diffracting things?
No. So it's like the magnitude and how much power is in the light. Right? Like the intensity of the light and the amount of particles, of photons, right?
You're not explaining anything about how the moon is diffracting anything.
I just did.
No, you didn't. My understanding of diffraction is that when you shine light through water, because the different wavelengths travel at different speeds, because it's passing through the water...
Hold on. How do you know that different wavelengths travel at different speeds? Have you tested it yourself? There you go.
It will refract out of that at different wavelengths. Like, you'll see the different wavelengths. That's my understanding of diffraction. I don't think anything passes through the moon.
That's the problem with this debate. When the other person asserts anything, Destiny asks, hey, have you tested it yourself? But when Destiny does it, the other person's like, oh yeah, sure, that's how it is. Like, no, don't give it to him. Demand experimental proof. Like the other
moon, and outside of the moon is a vacuum. So I don't understand how there's any diffraction happening here around the moon.
We're confusing two different principles here. There's an index of refraction, right? So when a light travels between two different substances, right, as a medium, right?
Yep.
Depends on the index of refraction of the two substances. Then it experiences a change in either wavelength or the direction the light's going, right? Versus the fraction, which is encountering an obstacle. I'm not talking about any change with any indices. And this is a refraction here.
So you're telling me that the light is reflecting off the moon and then it's bouncing back around the moon to go back to the Earth? Light doesn't work that way. Why are you Googling things, sir?
Because I'm going the textbook definition of refraction versus diffraction.
Okay, that's fine. Tell me.
Refraction is a change of direction of waves that occurs when waves travel from one medium to another.
Yep.
Diffraction is the bending of waves around obstacles and openings. You're literally just confused between these two things.
So you're telling, if that's true, you said it yourself that the sun is so massive that it's diffracting light around it. Why can't we see more of the light of the sun? If the sun is millions of miles huge and the moon is this itty bitty thing in space, why wouldn't the sun completely envelop the moon then?
because it's so far away.
But you just talked to me for 5 minutes about how it's
Okay,
so
all right.
massive. There are so many
Yeah.
photons, and it's such a magnitude.
There's a range. There's clearly a range. If the moon were like 3 times the size, it could probably block out almost all the sun's light. We'd see no diffraction. If the moon was like a golf ball, right? We wouldn't see the moon because it would just be too small.
So you don't
So
find it strange that you've made the math exactly work out such that, and
It's not
supposedly,
that exact.
no,
There's a
but it
range
is
where
because
there's
we can all
range of
see,
diffraction.
when a lunar, sir, we can all see that when a lunar eclipse happens, the moon is apparently exactly the size, and all of your physics have been worked out exactly the way that you have it exactly set up, so the moon is just barely allowing a ring of light around the moon. What are the statistical odds of that actually happening? Or is it more likely that you've just bent the math to kind of suit your needs to make sure you have a flat Earth?
So
Or you've got a
we can
spherical
talk
Earth?
about-
I mean, lunar eclipses are pretty rare occurrence, aren't they?
we can go into like the exact definitions of the ratios and the distance that needs to be, but there's a pretty large margin for range. Like the moon could be probably twice as big and still experience some
But
diffraction.
that's not true. But that's not true because when Venus is between us and the sun, it's totally enveloped. When Mercury is between us and the sun, it's
Do you know
totally
why?
enveloped. Why?
Because the ratio is so massive in favor of the sun.
Okay.
Because Venus
And
is so far.
even when Mars is behind us, why doesn't the Earth leave a shadow on Mars then?
That's literally again because of diffraction.
Wait, what? It's what?
No. What you just explained is exactly why we don't see Venus when it comes in between the sun and Earth.
I'm asking you to explain it. You tell me that there's like diffraction of light and shit, but the Venus is way
This
bigger
goes
than.
back to when I said if the moon was the size of a golf ball, we wouldn't see it. We wouldn't see diffraction. We would just see
Okay,
all the sun.
let's say that things actually did that. Why wouldn't we leave a shadow on Mars then? When the Earth passes over between Mars and the sun, why don't we leave a shadow on Mars?
It's because of the same thing. If the moon were the size of a golf ball, we wouldn't see a shadow
The
on Earth.
moon's not the size of a golf ball.
I'm saying if it were, which is probably even it's more lenient proportions to what the Earth is to that planet.
Okay. I mean, like, you have your theory, but, like, basically what you've told me is, like, you have all of the math and all of your theories work so perfectly that the moon is the absolute perfect size, despite it being in your model a random thing that maybe hit the Earth a million years ago and bounced off. It's the perfect
When did I ever
size.
say that?
What?
But yeah, it's right. No.
Yeah, you're saying the moon is the perfect
Yeah.
size to have a ring of light around it, and everything bends in the perfect way, but it doesn't bend so much on Earth that light falls off over time, and somehow we don't leave a shadow on Mars, which you haven't really explained why, and Venus and Mercury, like, somehow you've made all the numbers and calculations fit these exact things, like...
I mean, I've explained the proportions. I don't really understand what the confusion is.
Well, sure, well, how are the proportions? How much larger is Venus than our moon?
Yeah, but it's so far away. That's the explanation.
So,
It's like,
because it all works out
something-
because you make
something
things,
really
like,
close-
the far enough
no.
distance. Okay.
Something really close is it can
I mean, yeah. What else is there to say? Yes. That is how that works.
be a lot bigger, right, than something further away. I don't explain this. Are we done? Are you gonna play Epics now? The squad's ready.
Okay, I love you, buddy, okay?
Okay. All right. Yeah. Cool.
Take care,
All right.
bye.
Listen. Don't be greedy. Don't be greedy in KSP.
Get out of here. Be careful, because if you say overthrow, I don't want the cops to show up at your house and arrest you or something like those other 150 people that apparently don't exist in your prisons. Okay?
That was amazing and brilliant and much more disappointing than I thought. Great. All right. Oh, wait. Arcad, thanks to find this best thing the man has ever done. A mercenary needs to be more like him. Is that so? So how's everybody after this little, I don't know, stunt thing, little flat earthy whatever thing? Reveal. Everything's been revealed. Wait, what? Wait, what? Damn. All right. What do we have for today? Let me see. Kamala interviews, victory plan. Let me check a few things. Pretty sure there are a few things I wanted to present to you on this fine day. Let me see. Pretty sure there were at least a few cool topics that I had for you. This is Polish politics. I might save it for later, for dessert. Polish politics. How many of you are interested in Polish politics? Be honest. Be honest with me. China and Russia boost military ties officially now. Biedronka. Well, that's not good. EU leaders voice solidarity with Poland over Belarus orchestrated migration. Oh, that's interesting, actually. Seems like the EU is on board with Poland's decision to freeze asylum. Surprises me a bit. I guess we're gonna be talking about that today. If we get to it, we'll see. I do find that pretty interesting. Okay, let's see what else we got. Israeli Prime Minister says war will go on after Hamas chief killed in Gaza. Well, what a shocker. I'm so shocked, I'm so surprised. That's the statement. Zelensky says thousands of North Korean troops preparing to fight in Ukraine. Also not a big shocker. Polish police seize cocaine worth millions hidden in bedroom closet. Polish police have seized more than 52 kilograms of cocaine and 16 kilograms of methamphetamine, valued at a black market price for over 28 million in a closet. Tai, you should chat on the page. Zelensky urges NATO invite for Ukraine, shares victory plan with EU leaders. Oh, we're gonna be talking about that. That's definitely a topic for today. Critical moment. 5-stage plan. We're gonna check it out. Moldova elections and referendum. What you need to know. Moldova bank raises Poland's GDP forecast for each of the next 3 years. Żabka convenience store group leaps onto the Warsaw stock market. Fascinating and exciting. I bet this is the thing that you really want me to talk about tonight. The Żabka store and how it leaps into the stock market. I'm willing to bet this is going to be the topic of the night. This is going to be what brings in the viewers. The Froggy store chain. This is what's going to do it. Finally. 3 EU prime ministers voice support for Poland waiving right to asylum. Now that's interesting. I personally don't think that it's such a great idea, but it is what it is, I suppose. Here's what's in Zelensky's victory plan for beating Putin. Can already see that point number 1 is not exactly viable, but you know, we'll see. Anything's possible if you have enough dreams. What's President Sunday up to?
And what he's done here is very savvy. And I would not for 1 second believe that this means that this is a sincere apology. The fact that he is accepting and validating the harshest criticisms against him, because you can do so
Very
without
cynical
internalizing it and without
Sunday.
seriously or sincerely engaging with it. Watch this. Oh, I've seen all of you people who have criticized my my attacks on Keffel's
So
sincerity.
cynical. So cynical.
And honestly, I take it very seriously. And thank you very much, actually, for giving me the wake-up call that I needed to really look again and reevaluate my stance on this and my position with respect to all these discourses and so on and so forth. And you want to know something?
Actually, we could watch the apology video as well. That's content. Asmongold's apology video. Although I don't know, I don't really wanna. Chud Logic's making videos about Just a Robot. I don't know why. I have no clue what's going on here. Chud Logic and his Just a Robot thing. Alan Lichman defends election prediction amid unhinged threats. Is he talking to Destiny or what? Are they talking?
10 election. I've never been fought before, and I'm 77, been frightened for the safety of myself and my family.
77, gosh. He's holding up pretty well for 77.
I am now. If 6 or more of the keys go against the party holding the White House, they're predicted losers. Fewer than 6, they're predicted winners.
I think he's a bit too, what's the word? Dogmatic. I think he's a bit too dogmatic about those keys, about the lands of analysis that he utilizes. So long as we remain ignorant and accept the world's rage. Sun breaks down the Ethan Klein drama. Oh wow. Destiny joins after Grace Thorpe attacks that. Oh, I don't care about that. I definitely don't care about that. Isn't that right, everyone? Just basically browsing and commenting on what I'm seeing on my YouTube page, catching up on latest insanity, President Sunday, watching the apology video by Asmongold. Look, you're gonna see my face and you're gonna see my reaction to my YouTube. What YouTube recommends me is gonna be a fun ride. Just watching what YouTube recommends me. Your daughter is a free dot. Again, it keeps recommending me. Destiny joins after Grace Thorpe attacks Darius. I have no clue why YouTube recommends this to me. I wanna eat your miscarriage. This escalated into the most personal and unhinged drama ever. Destiny. I have no clue what this is about. This is from 3 months ago. If anybody knows, tell me. Hippy dippy. Who's better VP? Plus Biden versus Trump and strategies. So that's a thing. Biden versus Trump economy and strategies. Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain, episode 31 by John Diaz. I don't even know if I've ever seen anything by John Diaz, so I have no clue why that's recommended to me. Shingeki no Kyojin, episode 4, ending scene. Lutherix, big drama stream. Bo Black's video is out. Slub video by Soggy Cereal. Just a robot update. I have no clue what any of this means, what any of this is about. And finally, Chub Logic's Just a Robot left speechless after leaked voice recording reveals 3 dots. Which also, I have no clue what the whole Just a Robot thing is about, nor I don't think am I willing to learn. Let's refresh and see what recommendations I get. Queeman. Another Kumo call. More insane Twitch streamers. New Kanye West lawsuit. Possible short stream. I no clue what this is about. Queeman actually pulls pretty good numbers. Better numbers than President Sunday. Don't talk about my mother from 1 month ago. Triggered MAGA debater gets personal and instantly regrets it. What? Should we watch this? Twig Boy from King of the Hill. I guess. Yeah, it's about the King of the Hill. The guy from the King of the Hill. That I've been told looks like President Sunday. YouTube's Slop Problem by Westside Tyler. Uploaded 9 hours ago. 1.6 thousand views. Sin War Dead. 1.4 thousand concurrent viewers. How interesting. Lonerbox has been getting a really good views lately. You know, he should or could raid me. I've been told that I have a steel-clad bridge with Lonerbox now. So I think the generous and onerous thing would be to raid me. I think that's the good thing to do. Metal Gear Solid 3 gameplay walkthrough, full game, 4K 60 FPS, 8 hours 57 minutes video by a YouTuber called Shirako, who I have no clue who that is. Okay, let one last refresh. Asmongold's apology was actually pretty good by Hutch, whoever Hutch is. Does Trump actually have an edge in early voting? Damn. Ooh. Yale courses. Oh, this is actually pretty interesting. Class 12, John Brown's Holy War 1860 election and the secession crisis. But I don't think that's a thing you'll be watching on stream, so my apologies. My apologies for that, but I don't think this is going to be a thing that we'll be watching on stream anytime soon. Asmongold's Terminal Filth of the Mind, Part 1, President Sunday, 1.4 thousand views, 8 hours ago. Well, well, well. Morrowind doesn't have any rivers. Interesting. Forecast, bad takes. I guess Westside Tyler is attacking Vosh lately. That's a thing that's happening. That's the thing that's been happening. Let me see. Anything, any new development? Alright, I'm gonna have to respond to this at some point. Alright, I'll have to respond to that as well. The Aaron. Like, I'm surprised. People keep saying that the Hassanabi Asmongold thing wasn't a debate, but Hassan called it a debate on his own channel, on his own official channel. Hassanabi debating Asmongold on Palestine. I'm not making it up. I'm just using the nomenclature that Hassan uses himself for his debate thing. Whatever, I'm gonna do that later. Oh, Xander Hall is live. Asmongold posts cringe and apologizes. Twitter final days. Oh, what's happening with Twitter? Why is it Twitter's final days? What's happening? Is Twitter dying? Destiny talking about sexual what? Why is this on my recommended on my page? This is YouTube recommending me videos from like 1 billion light years ago. So out of the loop. Is Lucy even on Twitter? I am not really so much on Twitter. So what happened? Spill the tea. Tell me what's happening and maybe I'll just discuss it with you. Asmongold is a hypocrite on his Palestine stance. The Pondering. Who's the Pondering? Once more onto the breach. Brothers SSD edition. Why is this on the recommended? Very persistently as well. I keep seeing YouTube wanting me to watch the Destiny talking about sexual harassment allegations. That's very weird. Hello, Philip August. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. What brings you here? Now that's what I'm talking about. Communist podcast defends Hassan from Dylan's new video. Well, that's from 11 months ago. Wow, YouTube really throws new content at me, huh? Very, very new content is being thrown at me. At light speed. Operation light speed. Very interesting. Fascinating. You won't be able to properly block people anymore. Wait, what? Explain it to me. Ty, do you want to call in? You want to call in to stream and explain it to me? Catching up on latest insanity. If Asmongold really wants to improve, that is TBN Gaming. Elon is so weird with Sam Cedar. The Majority Report with Sam Cedar. Elon is so weird. 86,000 views 19 hours ago. DBZ versus Hassan is like Daddy and Daddy are fighting. Wait, why? Okay, death of Philip August. Explain to me why DBZ versus Hassan is like Daddy and Daddy are fighting. I'd like an explanation, please. I'd like a reasonable explanation. Because I'm gonna be honest. One of the daddies is in the wrong. I'm just gonna say that. In this particular case, I'm sorry. I'm not a big fan of one of the daddies calling the other daddy a psychopath who's a pervert. I'm sorry. If I have two daddies and one daddy is calling the other a psychopath pervert, that's a red flag to me. listen, I'm gonna feel bad for the daddy that is being called a pervert. In that scenario, usually, probably. So yes, also join the page. Why aren't you on the page? Are you doing me dirty like this? Are you doing me dirty like this? Destiny stamps every conservative influencer in heated debate 1v10 blood sports 3 months ago. It's usually DBZ coming after Hassan, right? DBZ is wrong this time. Wait, about what? What are you talking about? I mean, I'm gonna be honest. If it's something about Ukraine, then no. The psychopath comment was when Ukrainian people were giving a voice to criticize Hassan's bad Ukraine takes, and the person in question that gave the Ukrainian people the microphone to voice their criticism was called a psychopath pervert. There's an incoming new episode of Ukrainian people reacting. Well, I've just given you a TLDR of this little unfortunate performance by Hassan Piker, who's also really seems to be very, how should I say it, allergic to debating people that actually know anything on the topic that is supposed to be debated. So that is a very curious affliction that Hassan seems to have. Not willing to debate anybody that's actually competent on the subject matter. There are hotter people than Hassan. Hassan's not all that hot. Trump deteriorates in a bizarre interview. I want to see the bizarre interview actually. Oh, what the hell? Let's see the bizarre interview. Trump interview. Let's watch it. Let's watch the bizarre interview that I've missed. Is that the bizarre interview? Crowd roar as Donald Trump destroys Bloomberg host during live interview in Chicago. Is that it? Is that the weird interview? The Chicago one? Or was it? What is it? Is that the bizarre interview that everybody said was so incoherent and weird? Just looks like a bro. Maybe normies like that. Well, you know. Not bad. Not bad at all. Although still has not quite reached the level of that video that I've uploaded. So is it the one? Donald Trump defends tariffs, mass deportation in Chicago. Okay, let's go to the Chicago interview, I guess. I suppose that's the interview. Let's mute this. Let's hop in here. Let's do a react. Alrighty. I suppose I'm ready. This is supposed to be the really ridiculous debate, right? How long is the full thing? Is there anywhere I can find the full thing? Okay, let me just see what's being talked about here. Vosh. How long is that the interview? It's apparently really, really long. Okay, so it is the Chicago debate. I guess I'll just watch it, find it. Trump, Chicago debate, full remarks. Donald Trump speaks at the Economic Club Chicago on the economy, crime, trade. Trump's full interview at the Economic Club Chicago. I assume that's the.
Thank you, Claire.
I assume that's the thing that everybody's been talking about. So let's watch and see. I'm gonna watch and see what's all the hubbub about. Apparently, Trump's being very silly in this one. As if he's not being silly in all the other situations, but you know.
Thank you, the Economic Club of Chicago. Thank you, David, particularly. I want to say two things at the beginning. The first is just for the record and for those people watching on television. The Economic Club of Chicago and Bloomberg both invited Vice President Harris to a similar interview about her economic plans that she has declined so far. And second, just to set some parameters about this interview, which I was just discussing with President Trump, we're going to focus on business and the economy. And that's partly because
Parameters for this for this interview. It's gonna say that the interviewer debated him, was against him, was out there to get him.
this is a business audience, but it's also because voters insist that the economy...
Oh yeah, and Trump is the business guy, the deal guy, the art of the deal, the art of the...
the main issue that matters when they vote. So, on that note, let me invite onto the stage President Trump.
He's not the president, he's the former president. I mean, I'm not sure how it works in the US, but in Poland, even when someone's the former president, you still just call him the president. That is how that works in Poland, so I'm not really hot and bothered by it, because I'm used to it in Poland. Even when someone's term passes, they still basically just as this sort of they call it Mr. President, etc. It's not a big deal, at least to me.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
A friendly crowd. I wonder who stayed that way for long.
Thank you very much.
Have a seat.
I like that crowd. That's a nice group of people. Thank you very much.
Standing ovation.
Thank you.
President
Apparently he says some really wacky things in this interview, so I guess we'll just have to see. We'll just have to bear witness.
Trump, thank you for doing this.
Unless you've all seen other people cover it already, in which case, you know, you're just here for sloppy seconds.
Said,
Yeah.
and you heard the reception there. The business people of Chicago, like everywhere else, they like
You're here for the
a lot
Polish
of the things
perspective.
you want to do in terms of tax cuts and some of the spending proposals. But like many business people, what they're often worried about is the cost. Mm-hmm. And the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, which is a bipartisan outfit, put out some predictions the other day. If you add up all the promises you've made, and your plans would add $7.5 trillion to the debt. Mm-hmm. That's more than twice the total for Vice President Harris. You're on course to push up debt up to 150% of GDP. You know, this is a very business-like audience.
Yeah.
Why should they trust you with that?
Because we're about growth. She's got no.
Of course, he's not gonna address his own policy or whatever. He's just gonna attack the other person, and he's gonna do it without giving any substantial reasoning, I bet. But we'll see. Maybe we'll be surprised.
Growth whatsoever, and we're all about growth. We're going to bring companies back to our country.
How?
You look at even today, as I was driving over, I see these empty, old, beautiful, like steel mills and factories that are
How?
empty and falling down. Some of
How do you plan to do that? Can we expect any answers? Like in that famous Final Fantasy XIV song, Answers? Or no, we're just gonna hear empty platitudes, as always. The only specific policy so far is the tariff thing, which is not good, because the tariff idea is horrible.
have been converted to senior citizens' homes, but that's not going to do the trick. And we're going to
You're a senior citizen. Okay, let's
bring
not.
the companies back. We're going to lower taxes still further for companies that are going to make their product in the USA. We're going to protect those companies with strong tariffs, because I'm a believer in tariffs. I'm not sure that you are. I don't think you are, but I congratulate you on your career. But
What is that shaky camera? Also, Trump doesn't know what a tariff is, or does not know what a tariff's purpose historically was, which was to protect budding industries, protect infant industries.
to me, the most beautiful word in the dictionary is tariff. And it's my favorite word. It needs a public relations firm.
How would you implement a tariff? Would it be just a tariff? Well, I think he already said that it would be for all products across the board from abroad, which makes absolutely no sense. But whatever. Brainless.
Just to help it, but it's
Brainless policy for brainless people. Just gonna say it. Which means that technically speaking, I've just insulted a whole bunch of people in the US. A whole bunch of voters have been insulted by me. But it's okay, I'm safe here in Poland, on the other side of the globe. No one can get me. I'm free. I'm out of reach. I'm out of range.
to me, it's the
on
most
that.
beautiful word in the
The
dictionary.
tariffs, do you think that will bring in the revenues? To use another
The
bipartisan
most beautiful word in the dictionary. Most
group,
Yeah,
Peterson Institute, they say they only bring in $200 billion. That is
Yeah.
that's barely the cost of two of your promises.
Yeah, but that's like for what company are you talking about? Okay, look, I've brought in with tariffs, and I was just getting started. Then COVID came, and we had because I tell you what, I did a very good job in COVID. Nobody knew what the hell it was. I call it the China virus because I like being a little more accurate. But when that came, but we got hundreds of billions of dollars just from China alone, and I hadn't even started yet. But tariffs are two things, if you look at it. Number one is for protection of the companies that we have here and the new companies that will move in, because we're going to have thousands of companies coming in.
That's actually for protecting fledgling industries, and you also have to target specific industries, not just all products across the board, and then you'd have to have some sort of like a subsidizing strategy for those fledgling industries as well. But whatever. What do I know? What do I know about anything? I don't know nothing. I'm,
Into this country. We're going to grow it
I'm
like
just getting back into form slowly, so I'm a bit slow.
it's never grown before. And we're going to protect them when they come in, because we're not going to have somebody undercut them. And I could give you an example of this if you want. Would you like me to? Because it just
Give me a
happened.
quick example, then I will come back.
I just found out about it. So I've been talking about for the last year about Detroit and how horribly it has been. It's just horrible, because we've been talking about Detroit's coming back for 40 years, and it's never come back. And it's very
Detroit
dependent on the
becoming
car industry.
human.
Well, they've lost 60% of the business over a long period of time. And what happened is I found out a friend of mine builds auto plants. That's all he does. He builds auto plants. That's what he's good at. He doesn't want to build an apartment. All he wants to build and he builds the biggest in the world. And for the last year and a half, if anybody's heard me speak, I was talking about Mexico as a tremendous challenge for us right now. Tremendous. China is building massive auto plants in Mexico. And they're going to build them, and they're going to take those cars and sell them into the United States. They're very near the border. And they're going to have all the advantages and none of the disadvantages. And that's going to be the end of Michigan. It's going to be the end of, frankly, South Carolina.
Wait, what?
It's going to be the end
Hold
of
on.
everything.
I'm
Be
sorry,
the end
what?
Of
The end of everything?
Biggest
I zoned out. I'm sorry. I apologize.
and it's
I zoned
very
out.
dependent on the car industry. Well, they've lost 60% of the business over a long period of time. And what happened is I found out a friend of mine builds auto plants. That's all he does. He builds auto plants. That's what he's good at. He doesn't want to build an apartment. All he wants to build is, and he builds the biggest in the world. And for the last year and a half,
Always biggest, bestest, always everything. End of Michigan, end of the world. I'm surprised he did not say.
Anybody's heard me speak. I was talking about Mexico as a tremendous challenge for us right now. Tremendous. China is building massive auto plants in Mexico. And they're going to build them, and they're going to take those cars and sell them into the United States. They're very near the border. And they're going to have all the advantages and none of the disadvantages. And that's going to be the end of Michigan. It's going to be the end of, frankly, South Carolina. Going to be the end of everything. So I've been talking about this, and I said to him about 9 months
Apologies. He did say that's going to be the end of everything.
ago, I said, you know what? I want you to do me a favor, John. His name is John. I don't want to give his last name because he might not like it. But I said, I want to see an auto plant. I want to go and see one of these. You know, you press a button and everything works, right?
Just like in the Jetsons.
I want to see one of the big ones. He said, all right, good. I said, where do we go? I'd like to go to Michigan. I'd like to go to someplace in the United States. He said, no, we can't do that. Why? We're not building anything big in the United States. That's not where we don't build the big ones here. I said, where are you building the biggest ones? He said, in Mexico. We're building giant plants, the biggest plants anywhere in the world.
We're building the biggest plants everybody has ever seen in the history of plants. Because with Trump, everything's always the biggest, bestest, and I don't know, the grandest. Or the worst if it's about an opponent. The worst in history or the best in history. There's nothing in between.
In Mexico, I said, so you mean they're going to make cars cheaply? They have advantages over labor and other things, and they're going to sell them into the United States, and they're going to put Michigan out of business. Is that what? I don't know anything about that. All I do is build the plants. If you want to see a plant, we'll go to Mexico. I'll show you the biggest plant in the world. That was 9 months ago. I saw him, and I talked about it all the time because I think it's a serious threat to our country, because not only autos, but other things. So then I see him. 2 days ago, I was talking at another club, very nice club, and like this, except, I don't know, I think you people are probably even wealthier, okay? This was in Detroit, okay, which was appropriate. And I was showing.
Oh yeah, wait, it's a business audience, so you should be like, I'm gonna give all of you rich people a tax cut. Vote for me.
All sorts of charts about how their car, it's just gone down. It's like terrible. And I saw him, and I said, oh, how are you doing? How have you been? I said, could I ask you, how are those plants that you mentioned, those giant plants that you're building in Mexico, how is that coming along? Have you finished them? No, sir. They abandoned the project when they heard you're running. They abandoned
What?
the project when they...
Oh, come on! I guess there's no problem then. The project's abandoned. I guess the threat is that danger's gone. It doesn't even matter if Trump wins or loses now. The danger's averted. The project has been cancelled. Okay, sure. Okay then. Hola, ¿cómo estás, Luciaza? Muy bien. Of course, muy bien. Chaotic king.
Saw that you were winning and doing well. I said, wow.
Oh my gosh, the entertainment value is growing by the second. I like the stream. Press like to make more people join. It's gonna be a big, big party. I said, wow. I said, wow. And I said, wow. Damn.
All the same.
Because I told them, and I said it publicly.
And I said, wow, dude.
They're not going to sell one car into the United States. I said, if I run this country, if I'm going to be president of this country, I'm going to put a 100, 200, 2,000% tariff. They're not going to sell.
What the fuck? Come on. 1,000,000,000% tariff. I'm gonna put 1,000,000,000% tariff on Mexican cars, and then all the people building the factories in Mexico were like, "Oh no, Trump's running for president. We're packing up. We're packing up, boys. We're done. We're done even before we begun. Trump's in town."
So one
And then everybody clapped.
car into
Like here. Well, clearly not everybody's clapping here, but
the United States, because we're not going to destroy our country by. So because I know you're an anti-tariff guy, but I'm the exact opposite. If I had, there was no other way I could have stopped them other than what am I going to do? Negotiate with Mexico or China? You're not going to get anything from that. I said I'm going to put a 100, 200, or 300. I'm going to put the highest tariff in history.
billion. Oh, of course. I'm gonna put the highest tariff in the history of tariffs, of course.
Meaning, I'm going to stop them from ever selling a car into the United States. So I just see the guy by accident. I see him. He says, "Sir, they've abandoned the." And by the way, they built foundations. They were really rocking. They were going to do it. They thought that I was going to win, or maybe they're just holding off. I tell you this. If I don't win,
Yeah, that I sure believe that happened. All the business people in Mexico abandoned building any car manufacturing because Trump's running for president and he's gonna put in place a 1,000,000,000% tariff.
those factories are going to wipe out this country. They're the biggest factories ever
Wipe out the country.
built for cars. They're going to wipe out our country. If she
What the hell does that mean? What does that mean? The car factories are gonna wipe out the country, apparently. Damn.
wins, and she doesn't know what the hell she's doing. If she wins, she's not going to be thinking about. I couldn't. Every speech I made having to do with cars, but every speech I made having to do with tariffs, I'd mentioned that our country is being threatened by Mexico. Now, all of those things, beyond even the car companies, all of those things are now dead. They're dead. I asked him, will they stop?
Well, what's the threat anymore? If all has been cancelled, then what even is the threat anymore? Jesus. Xenophobic? No, that cannot be.
Probably not. They're dead as a doornail. If she gets in,
Dead as
it'll
a
start up
doornail.
again.
President Trump, I let you give your example.
No,
you talked a lot about tariffs. You look at the American economy, 40 million jobs rely on trade. It accounts for 27% of GDP.
Okay?
If you cut that off, that's also going to have an effect on many, many business people here.
Yeah.
Tariffs also have another side. Isn't that something that you have to acknowledge?
No.
You could be plunging America into
No.
the biggest trade war since Smoot Hawley.
You have to. Can you acknowledge that? No. No, of course I cannot. No. Why would I? What, are you kidding me? No.
But there are no tariffs.
You're going to stop. There are tariffs already
No,
at the
there are
moment.
no tariffs. All you have to do is build
Oh, all right then. There are no tariffs. Never mind.
your plant in the United States and you don't have any tariffs.
People
This
in
is
a lot
what
of
I
places, a lot of places like this, there are a lot of jobs that rely on foreigners coming here. You're going to basically stop trade with China. You're talking about 60% trade on that, 60% tariffs on that. You're talking, as you said, 100, 200% on things you don't really like. You're also talking about 10, 20% tariffs on the rest of the world. That is going to have a serious effect on the overall economy. And yes, you're going to find some people who will gain from individual tariffs. The overall effect could be massive.
I
in terms of the
agree.
economy.
I agree. It's going to have a massive effect, positive effect.
A massive negative effect if you just tariff all products across the board. It's going to be a very bad effect, in fact. But I don't know.
It's going to be a positive, not a negative.
Well, just
Let me just let me tell
me
you.
an
I know how
example.
committed you are to this, and it must be hard for you to spend 25 years talking about tariffs as being
Listen.
negative, and then have somebody explain to you that you're totally wrong. It'll have a negative. It will have.
Oh yeah, Trump, the economist, of course. Of course. Why didn't we think of that? Why have we not think of that? The tariffs.
I'll go a step further. If you don't do this, this country has no
40
chance.
million jobs is a lot of jobs to rely on.
They're all coming back. You've
40 million
lost.
jobs.
Yes, America's done for if it doesn't do a ridiculous tariff on all products across the board from abroad. Of course, Americans done.
Those are 40 million jobs.
Make America great again, or is it make America expensive?
In America that rely on trade.
Are you ready? John Deere, great company. They announced about a year ago they're going to build big plants outside of the United States, right? They're going to build them in Mexico.
And you threatened
They're
them
also
with
going to build.
tariffs, and they stopped.
That's right. I said, if John Deere builds those plants and not selling anything into the United States, they just announced yesterday they're probably not going to build the plants, okay? I kept the jobs here.
Wait, what does that even prove? It proves nothing.
And I'll keep the John Deere.
Just because some plant is not built abroad, it doesn't automatically mean that the jobs will be brought back to the US. It means that the products will be taken from elsewhere because there are other plants that already exist abroad, many of them actually, which export their products to the United States. So
Stay here. And I'll tell John Deere, if you do build outside of the United States, you can if you want. For instance, India is a very tough country. It's not only China. You know, China is the, I would say, probably the toughest. But there are a lot of tough. You know what's very tough? European Union. Our beautiful European countries, wonderful, wonderful. If you add them up, they're almost the size of us. They treat us so badly. We have a deficit. I said to Angela Merkel when she was there, she's not there anymore, I wonder why.
And yet the biggest partner when it comes to trade of the United States treated so badly.
But when she was there, I said, Angela, how many Chevrolets do we have in Berlin? Why, Donald, you have none. He said, that's right. How many Fords do we have in Frankfurt? I don't know, none. I said, that's right. You know how many cars we have? Mercedes-Benz, and BMW, and all of the different Volkswagen, millions and millions of cars.
Okay.
And then I said farm products. You know, they don't want our farm. They don't want anything from us. We have
that's not true at all. What do you mean? Just because you don't know any, like there's a pretty big export market of goods going. Okay, let's just. That's nonsense. I'm sorry. U.S. export goods to the EU. U.S.-EU international trade in goods that well, let's make it more recent. Okay, that's pretty recent. Trade picture. EU exports, EU imports. The transatlantic relationship is a key feature of the overall global economy and trade flows. For most countries, either the EU or the US is the largest trade and investment partner. The EU and the United States. The EU-US Trade and Technology Council. What are the main products? Because, let me see. What goods US exports to EU? Let's have essentials. That doesn't really answer my question. U.S. international trade in goods. Exports. Trying to find the answer to this question. What goods? Because I definitely know that there are goods that the U.S. is exporting to the EU. U.S. Europe key export destinations for drugs, formulations, biological, surgical goods. Driven by innovation, expanding capacity, and competitive pricing, the country's exports of surgical goods, drug formulations, and biological in the pharma sector are making significant inroads in the development markets of the US and Europe. That's not really the answer to my question. Who imports and exports? Biggest export destinations: China, Mexico, Canada, EU, Japan. Biggest importers to the US: Mexico, Canada, EU, Brazil, China. It doesn't really clarify what sort of products are being exported, but let's forget about
deficits that are crazy. And we're not going to have them anymore. We're going to put tariffs on them, and they're going to do, and you know what they can do? The Mercedes-Benz will start.
They can raise the prices and the consumer is going to suffer for it. Yeah, that can happen.
Building in the United States. And they have a little bit, but you know what they really are?
No, they don't. No, they won't. They're just going to raise prices. They're just going to move that cost to the consumer. That is what's going to happen.
Assembly, like in South Carolina. But they build everything in Germany, and then they assemble it here. They get away with murder because they say, oh, yes, we're building cars. They don't build cars. They take them out of a box and they assemble them. We could have our child do it.
Can we come back? Let's come back to the Europeans in a second. What about consumers? People out there.
They're going to be the biggest beneficiaries.
Yeah, critics say your tariffs will end up being like a national sales tax.
Nope.
Yeah,
the countries will pay.
I mean, that is true. That is what's going to happen. That critique is very, legitimate.
You have America at the moment has $3 trillion worth of imports. You're going to add tariffs to every single one of them. That is going to push up the cost for all those people who want to buy foreign goods.
Now, what's going to happen?
That is just simple mathematics, President Trump.
Well, it won't. Why not? Like, let him explain why it won't.
It's not. Yeah, it is, but not the way you figured. I was always very good at mathematics. Yes. Let me tell you, you're saying $3 trillion. Those companies, and they don't have to pay. And if, by the higher the tariff, the more likely it is to have them come into the country.
The higher the tariff, the more.
No, if you just introduce a tariff, they won't just move their factories to the US. They will simply move the cost to the consumer. Why would they? Why wouldn't they do this? Come on.
The more you're going to put on the value of that piece, those goods, the higher people are going to pay in shops.
Ready?
Ready?
The higher the tariff, the more you're going to put on the value of that.
Oh, Jesus, what happened here? What's with the sudden camera shift? Ready? You ready?
Those goods, the higher people are going to pay in shops.
Ready?
Ready?
Yes,
the higher the tariff, the more likely it is that the company will come into the United States and build a factory in the United States so it doesn't have to pay the tariff.
I get it. So are you ready? Are you ready? So I'm just going to ignore everything that you've said about the companies moving the cost to the consumer. And I'm just going to assert that they're just going to move in with all their factories in order to avoid the tariff. Yes, that definitely, for sure, they will not just raise the price instead. Of course. Makes perfect sense.
I have.
That will take many, many.
No, it will go
many
quickly.
years.
In fact, I'll tell you. You know, there's another theory is that the tariff, you make it so high, so horrible, so obnoxious that they'll come.
This man does not represent me. I mean, he might be your president. In which case, he will represent you. Also, Ty, you should chat in the side chat to prove that anybody's watching this stream. Virgin argument versus chat assertions. Jesus.
Right away. When I do the 10%, 10% is really, first of all, 10% when you collect it is hundreds of billions of dollars. The numbers that you're
He
talking.
just thinks it's like a magic bullet that will just fix everything. Oh yeah, we'll just tax all the products coming into the US. It's just gonna magically, I don't know, bring in a ton of money, and you know, the companies will do nothing. They will simply move into the US with their factories, because that makes perfect sense, instead of just simply raising the prices of the products for the consumers. Of course.
Talking all reducing our deficit. But really, so there's two ways of looking at a tariff. You can do it as a money-making instrument, or you can do it as something to get the companies. Now, if you want the companies to come in.
No, tariffs were never made to make companies come in, and it was never made as a money-making instrument. It was a protectionist policy that was created in order to build fledgling industries in the US. You would have tariffs on X, and then also the government would pour money into financing X so it could grow, develop, etc. It's not just, no.
Tariff has to be a lot higher than 10%, because 10% is not enough. Guys, they're not going to do it for 10. But you make a 50% tariff, they're going to come in. Let me tell you the other thing about tariffs that's great. Our steel companies, as you know, 3-4 years ago, they were all when I was in office, I saw a man from a big steel company, and he was devastated. I knew him for a long time. And it's been a tough business. It was a great business many years ago. And I would not let U.S. steel be sold to Japanese, by the way. It's psychologically, I think it would be a terrible
That's the
thing.
Nippon steel, as you know.
Yeah, I wouldn't let it be sold. But I would stop it if it hasn't been completed by the time I'm president, because I
It's just such a brainless policy. Let's just tariff everything.
think it sets a horrible tone. But I had a lot to do with steel. We were going to lose all our steel companies because China, as you remember, was dumping steel at levels that nobody's ever seen before. And I put a 50% tax on that and a tariff on that, all dumped steel. And it was also bad steel. It was dirty.
Yeah, man. How is that steel industry doing now in the US, huh? Does the US have a booming steel industry? Because as far as I know, the US steel industry is not doing all that hot still. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm just ignorant about the steel industry in the US. But from what I understand, there's no booming steel industry in the United States of America. See Lucy, so forever alone. Wait, what are you referring to?
What they call dirty steel wasn't good steel, which is
Dirty
a
steel.
bad thing for structural components of buildings and planes and things like that. They were dumping crap into our country. And I put a 50% tariff. I started at 25, I raised it to 50 because the 25 didn't quite do it. I raised it to 50 and that did it. They stopped dumping steel. And I saved our steel mills by having that. We saved it. We saved our steel.
What do you mean? There's no booming steel industry in the US as far as I know.
Now, what was left, because we've lost so much. But there are certain companies you have to have. There are certain things you have to have. Steel, you have to have. If you go to war,
you subsidized?
you know, there's a possibility you go to war. I kept us out of war.
Have you subsidized? Well, how can you say if we go to war and then say I kept us out of war? Which is it? Also, have you subsidized any steel to create this, I don't know, base?
The only president in 82 years that kept you out of a war, except I defeated ISIS, but I inherited that war. You had no wars. And by the way, And I think it's very important. We can go, I call it the weave. You can call it, you have the weave as long as you end up in the right location at the end. But while we're talking about it, we have never been so close to World War III as we are right now. With what's going on in Ukraine and Russia and the Middle East.
Well, let's.
I had no wars.
I mean, what do you mean you had no wars? There was a war in Ukraine when you were in office. You didn't stop it. You did nothing. Didn't you blackmail Zelensky to get dirt on your political opponents? Like,
the whole world, think of it. And I talked them out of wars. I talked plenty of countries out of wars. I had the whole world.
well, unfortunately, Ukraine was definitely not one of those countries. In fact, you asked Putin if you should support Ukraine in 2017. And he said, nope, there would be a mistake. And Trump was like, oh, well, damn, I guess. I guess it would be a mistake, huh?
Other than ISIS, which I inherited, and I knocked out ISIS in a matter of weeks. It was supposed to take 4 to 5 years. I did it in a matter of weeks. We actually have a great military. We don't know how to use it, but we have a great military.
With great respect, I was asking about tariffs. You've gone off about that. Seeing you brought up tariffs and foreign policy, many people would say the biggest problem with your tariffs is actually geopolitics. You in your first term...
I'd actually be curious, how would Trump use the military? But, I mean, he does not want any wars. So why would he be talking about using the military?
You got some credit for effectively saying
A lot of credit.
There was a Cold War against China. That's what America was in.
I got
You
a
look
lot
at the last Cold War against the Soviet Union, America won it in part because it rallied allies to it. You're talking about slamming allies with 30%, 20% tariffs. Isn't this time you're going to end up trying to rally the West and you're dividing it instead? Isn't that the real problem with tariffs, even beyond all the problems due to the economy, where you keep on bringing up these individual examples, but the overall effect is going to be dramatic?
No, the overall effect will be...
Answer first about foreign policy.
Yeah, I'll do that.
How does it help you take on China?
It helps
turning all your allies against you?
tremendously, because China thinks we're a stupid country.
Tremendously, of course.
A very stupid country. They can't believe that somebody finally got wise to them. Not one president, Bush, Obama, Barack Hussein Obama, have you heard of him?
How professional.
Not one president.
Nobody laughed at that, by the way.
Think of it. Not one president charged China anything. They said, oh, they are a third world nation. They're a developing. Well, we're a developing nation, too. Take a look at Detroit. Take a look at our cities. We're a developing nation.
The U.S. is a developing nation. You've heard it here. The U.S. is still just a wee little developing country. You've heard it all here. Amazing. You've heard it here. Oh, my God.
We have to develop more than they do. We're way behind them. You take a look at what's happened to our cities. So what I'm saying is this.
My question was about your allies, not about China. You are going to annoy the
our allies
to rally behind you.
But our allies have taken advantage of us more so than our enemies.
What? What do you... Okay, can you expand on that? What do you mean? Which allies took advantage of the U.S. more than the enemies? Name them individually and explain, because this is just very strange. This is a very strange thing to say. But then again, Trump said that the biggest enemies are the enemies within, which are like the, I don't know, the evil voters that are against Trump, the enemies within.
Allies are the European Union. We have a trade deficit of $300 billion with the European Union. Our allies are
So Japan. I guess tariff is the...
And you know, Abe was a very good friend of mine. He was a great guy, great. And I said to him in Japan, he was assassinated. And he was a great man.
Abe,
he really
Abe.
was. I didn't see
Abe.
too many like him. And he got very sick and he had to take off. And then he was actually making a comeback. He was going to make a comeback and he would have won easily. But he was a great gentleman, handsome, wonderful man.
What the handsome, beautiful, beautiful, handsome man. God. It's always like this, isn't it? With Donald J. Trump, it's always like this.
Respected by everybody. And
except for all those people that did not respect him in the slightest. But he's a pretty controversial figure. I mean, if he was loved by everybody, then why did he end up the way that he did? Not to go there, but if he was beloved by everybody, then I would assume that the end of his career would be a little bit different than how it actually happened.
I went to him and I said, Shinzo, we have to talk. What? Trade. And he goes, I'll never forget it. I know. I said, what do you know? I knew you'd come to me.
I know. You need to tariff me. It's been a long time coming. In fact, I thank you for tariffing me. I kiss your feet and your cheeks for tariff. It's been a long time coming. I never forget it.
Me. Why do you say that? Because I can't believe, I wouldn't tell the story if he was alive, actually.
Of course. Because then he would be able to actually say that it's bullshit, you know? So yeah, of course he would not tell this story if he was alive. Because it's unfalsifiable if he's dead.
Said,
obviously. Come on.
I can't believe how many years it's been that nobody even negotiated with us in America. I said, Shinzo, you have to pay for your cars. You're sending millions of cars. You don't accept a car from us.
I can't believe it's been so long since we've been tariffed. I just cannot believe I knew this day was coming. I was looking forward to it, in fact. I'm really happy. I'm really happy that we're getting our just desserts, Donald Trump, Sir Lord. I'm so happy that you came. Sure.
You don't have one car that you accept, and yet we're selling 3 million, 4 million of your cars. I said, Shinzo, on agriculture, you won't even accept our agriculture. And I renegotiated the whole trade deal from a little disadvantage because I was stuck with a bad deal. I mean, I got stuck. We have trade deals that were so bad that I said, who are the people that are doing it? They're either very...
It was Kamala Harris, wasn't it? Wasn't it? For sure. It must have been Kamala Harris, right?
Stupid, or they're getting paid off, okay? It's one or the other. It's very simple.
And then I said, Shinzo, are you paying them off? Tell me honestly, you're paying them off, Shinzo? And he said, yeah, we are. We are. But you got me. You got me. Dead to rights. I can't believe that many years you've not come to me.
We have the worst trade deals all over the world. South Korea. I love South Korea. They're wonderful people, extremely ambitious.
Well, you seem to love North Korea a bit more, even though they don't seem to share the love.
They have a money machine. We protect them from North Korea and other people. North Korea is very nuclear.
Who are the other people that you're... Wait, who are the other people? Hold on. I want to hear this. Who are the other people?
I got along with him very well. Kim Jong-un.
Yes.
But wait, they don't pass anything. And I said, this is crazy. If I didn't put tariffs on, you know, the motor companies, the car companies, they make most of their money at small trucks. I put tariffs on China, but I put 27.5%. Otherwise, we'd be flooded with Chinese cars. And all of our factories would close. We'd have no jobs at all in the auto industry.
True. If it weren't for tariffs, the United States as a country would have been done for forever.
That goes for electric, by the way, which is a killer, which I've explained, and I don't think I have to bore anybody by talking about it. But I put tariffs on South Korea because they were sending in trucks. And I put tariffs on, fairly substantial tariffs. Do you know that our car companies make almost all of their money with the small trucks, SUVs and small trucks? If I took those tariffs on, you would be inundated. Every car company would be out of business. And I got calls from Ford. I got calls from everybody saying, Sir, I can't believe you're doing this for us. You saved our company.
We saved our country.
They make all their money with us.
Also, the fixation on cars. You're not just announcing tariffs on cars. So I don't even know why you're fixating so much on the topic of cars, considering that you've announced that you do the tariff for every single product that's coming from abroad, and you're just making it all about cars. So that's not even scratching the surface of the whole idiotic thing that you're trying to do, because you're not trying to protect a single industry via tariffs and subsidies, etc. You're just doing this across the board, which is its own problem, and you're not addressing it at all.
Most of their money with the small truck and, the SUVs.
Many consumers ended up with more expensive cars. But let me just come at you on foreign policy.
You wouldn't have a car company.
You have said that Taiwan should pay for US protection.
Yeah.
I ask because this morning you just mentioned North Korea. The Chinese army, literally as we speak, are engaged in rehearsals for a full naval blockade of Taiwan. So I suppose my question to you, if China invades Taiwan, would you send American troops to defend it?
Well, the reason they're doing it now is they're not going to do it after.
Oh my God, he's not going to answer. Of course he's not going to answer. The answer is not going to be yes. The answer is not going to be no. The answer is going to be, well, it's Biden, Kamala Harris doing, and therefore it wouldn't be happening if I was in charge. And therefore, I'm not going to answer the question of whether or not I would defend Taiwan, because I am allergic to answering any sort of questions ever. If I can
afterwards, okay?
help
So,
it.
so they're doing it now. They want to do it China. Now, look,
Okay, but you might end up being the president. So what is your policy in regards to that going to be? Are you going to protect Taiwan or not? Can you please answer? I hope the interviewer is going to be tough. I hope the interviewer is going to be like, okay, cool, sure, let's agree. Might as well agree. So what are you going to do about it if you win?
I had a very good relationship.
That's definitely not an answer to the question. Who cares about your good relationship? What matters is the current situation that you're going to inherit should you become the president. So what's it going to be? Are you going to send troops to defend Taiwan or not? Nobody cares about your past relationship with whoever, whatever. Nobody gives a crap.
With President Xi, and a very good relationship with Putin, and a very good relationship with Kim Jong-un, who has a nuclear force.
By the way, really interesting bragging about great relationships with dictators. I'm also very curious about the fact that he actually does not have any good relations with leaders of liberal democracies. Only with dictators. How curious.
Won't even believe. And by the way, today it was announced for those that he just blew up the railroad going into South Korea. That means South Korea is now cut off from Russia and China and various other places. Cut off by rail.
Mr. Trump, you just mentioned.
No, but these are big things. I have to mention them.
Yeah, you just mentioned.
You have to mention what? That you had a good relationship? That's not an answer to the question of whether or not you would defend Taiwan. Great.
Putin, though, and this has been this controversy of the past week. Can you say yes or no whether you have talked to Vladimir Putin since you stopped being president?
Well, the talks, the test machines for COVID. I'm so upset by the fact that he didn't just grill him on the thing. No, you didn't answer. You didn't answer the question. Sir, answer the question, please. You don't want to answer the question? Answer the question. I get it. You don't want to answer the question. We can move on if you want. I guess it is an inconvenient question, the Taiwan one. Let's just move on then.
I don't
do
comment
whatever.
on that, but I will tell you that if I did, it's a smart thing. If I'm friendly with people, if I have a relationship with people, that's a good thing, not a bad thing.
I've told this a million times. He puts so much stock on his personal charisma, on his personal relationships, even though it doesn't do any good, to be quite honest. He tried to have a big relationship with the leader of North Korea. It did jack squat, jack jiggity. It did nothing. Okay.
In terms of a country, he's got 2,000 nuclear weapons, and so do we. China has a lot less, but they'll catch us within 5 years.
That sounds.
If I have a relationship, I don't talk about that. I don't talk about that.
By the way, the whole relationship talk makes me sort of think that he actually would not defend Taiwan. It sort of is a clue to me personally as to what his policy regarding Taiwan would be if he has such a good relationship with the leader of China. Then I would assume that he just throw Taiwan under the bus for the sake of maintaining that great relationship. What else can I say? Just as it seems like, should he become president, he will throw Ukraine under the bus for the sake of his great relationship with Vladimir Putin.
I don't ever say it, but I can tell you what, Russia has never had a president that they respect so much, but more importantly, or less importantly, I guess, I went into Russia and people said, oh, he likes Putin and Putin likes him. Let me tell you, the first thing I did was terminated Nord Stream 2. Nobody ever heard of Nord Stream 2.
Oh, did you? Yeah, sure. Nobody heard of Nord Stream 2. Nobody. Oh, absolutely nobody. Of course. Do you know what you did not terminate? The conflict in eastern Ukraine. You did not terminate that, even though you want to terminate, quote unquote, a much bigger conflict before you even get into office in 24 hours. How curious that you were not able to stop the smaller conflict in 4 years of being in office. But how curious is that?
It's a pipeline from Russia to Germany and all over Europe. I said, wait a minute, to NATO. I said, so let's get this straight. My first meeting, I said, so Putin's building the biggest pipeline in the world. He's going to Germany, but all over Europe. And you're paying him billions of dollars a year, billions of dollars a month. You're paying, Germany's paying.
We should tariff the Nord Stream.
Billions of dollars a month. And we're supposed to protect you against the guy that you're paying all this money to. So is there something wrong with my thinking? So he's building a pipeline to Germany, and we're spending, and by the way, until I got there, we were spending almost 100% for NATO because we had all these delinquent countries. They weren't paying. When I got there,
delinquent countries. Can you name them? Can you name the delinquent countries? Oh yeah, sure. We'll let Russia do whatever the hell they want.
There, I said, you know what? And by the way, my biggest fan is Stoltenberg, just leaving, Secretary General of NATO.
He's not your biggest fan.
He said when Bush came in, he made a speech and left. When Obama came in, he made a speech and left. When Trump came in, he made a speech and he said, let me see your books. And I found out in the books that nobody was paying. There were only 7 countries that were paying. We were supporting NATO. They screw us on trade so bad, the European nations. And then on top of that, they were screwing us on the military. So they're taking a tremendous advantage of us, $350 billion deficit on trade. And we're then supporting them. In other words, it's not sustainable. You can't keep doing this. You can't have that, China, all of these countries. And stupid people made these deals. I saw trade deals that were so stupid that you'd have to be, that was so bad that you'd have to be an idiot to sign them. And we signed them for years.
Can you name the deals at least? Can you at least name which deals were those? So bad deals. Because I don't know. I don't hear any.
I could tell you trade deals that I have never seen anything. I said, who would agree to this?
Well, you didn't. You just said that you could, but you didn't. What's up with that?
They had to be corrupt. They had to be corrupt.
Who?
To make those deals.
What deals?
They had to be corrupt because there is no way a rational human being, I always say either corrupt or extremely stupid.
What were those deals?
Because there's no way a rational human being would ever sign the trade deals that this country signed.
Which
and
deals?
I got out of many of those deals. I told South Korea, I'm sorry, you're going to have to pay.
Yeah, you got out of the Iran deal. That was great, wasn't it? Oh, no, it was disastrous, actually. Never mind.
For your military, we have 40,000 troops over there. You're going to have to pay. You become a very wealthy country. Just to finish, you become a very wealthy. They said, no, we will not pay. We will not. We haven't paid since the Korean War. I said, no, you got to pay. I said, would $5 billion a year to start off with? No, they went crazy. They agreed to two. I got $2 billion for nothing. And
For
I
nothing.
said, here's what we're going to do.
That doesn't sound like a good deal.
They said, we can't agree to this because we have to go through Parliament. They have the Parliament or whatever their legislature is. I said, that's okay. I fully
Wow, so learned about the political systems of the allies.
understand that. Make it $2 billion. But next year I'm going to talk to you again. And I was going to make it $5 billion.
Then 10.
And they knew it was coming.
Then 10, and then 15, then 20, then 30, 50 billion, gazillion, quadrillion billion.
The happiest people to see that it was Biden instead of Trump with them, South Korea. You know what they did? They cut off the deal that I made where they were paying us. They backed to nothing because they went back to Biden and they gave it to him for nothing. They were willing to pay. We have 40,000 troops in harm's way, very serious, because you have North Korea is a very serious power. They have
Are you kidding me? Oh yeah, in harm's way. Yeah, because North Korea is totally going to launch a full-scale invasion on South Korea. That is such a true and realistic scenario that will definitely happen any day now. For real, for sure. That is so true.
tremendous nuclear power. And I said to South Korea, you got to pay. And they agreed to do it. And Biden
So true.
then cut it back, and it's a shame. And I could tell you 50 deals. And if I were there now, they'd be paying us $10 billion a year. And you know what? They'd be happy
Yeah,
to do
of course.
it.
They'd
It's
be
a money
paying
machine.
50, 100 billion gazillion dollars. Of course. If only Trump would be at the helm. If only President Trump would be the President Trump now. Korea would be paying at least 50 billion. Don't you know?
Machine, South Korea. You're going to mention Taiwan. You wanted to mention Taiwan.
You mentioned
Yes. Finally. Yes, please. Answer the question from a long time ago. Would you or would you not defend Taiwan? Yes, please. God. Is it time? Is it actually time for answering questions now? We'll see.
Taiwan, you said you would defend them. You also seem to imply that
Well,
Putin, you would not. Putin, you seem to imply that you had talked to him without
I
actually
didn't imply.
confirming.
I said I don't comment on those things.
What about? Can I?
Oh. So, okay. Never mind then. Damn.
Can I ask you a particular thing about the dollar? You talked about wars. At the New York Economic Club, you said that if you lost the dollar as a reserve currency, it would be like America losing a war.
Yeah.
You look at what you're going to do in terms of protectionism,
I'll
drive countries to use the other
Yeah.
currencies,
Yeah.
and all that debt is also going to lessen the dollar's status as
Uh-oh.
the world's reserve currency.
If I'm
you worry
elected,
about
the
that.
dollar is so secure, your reserve currency.
Oh my God. No. What do you even respond to that? No, I disagree. It's actually going to be better than ever, and I'm not going to explain why.
Is the strongest it'll ever be.
True, the strongest in the history of the currencies. Strongest in the history of money ever, of course.
And
You
no
say
country.
That, you said that, President Trump, at the moment there is a thing called the Trump trade in the markets. Do you know what that is? The Trump trade is very simple. People are betting that your policies are going to drive up debt, they're going to drive up inflation, so they're going to drive up interest rates. Are the investors wrong?
Yeah, I had 4 years no inflation. I had 4 years no inflation.
But that was when you had much.
I had 4 years. It's better than that. And Biden, who has no idea where the hell he is, okay? Biden went 2 years with no inflation because he inherited from me. And then they started spending money like drunken sailors. They spent so much money. It was so ridiculous, the money they were spending.
What?
They were spending on the Green New Scam. The Green New Scam, the Green New Deal.
Oh yeah, I forgot that Trump does not even believe that the global warming is real. I almost forgot.
It was conceived of by AOC +3. She never even studied the environment in college. She went to a...
Wait. Have you studied the environment? Donald Trump, Sir President, Lord, Emperor? Like, I doubt it. Highly doubt it, since you're, I don't know.
college. She came out, she just said, the Green New Scam. She just named all these things.
President Trump,
Wait a minute.
The markets are looking at the fact you are making all these promises. Latest one was car loans. You're flooding the thing with giving giveaways.
But we're going to grow.
I was actually quite kind to you. I used 7 trillion. The upper estimate is 15 trillion.
You can
People like the
forget
Wall
it.
Street Journal, who's hardly a communist organization.
Yeah, but you don't know.
They have criticized you on this as well. You are running up enormous debt.
What does the Wall Street Journal know? I'm meeting with them tomorrow. What does the Wall Street Journal know? They've been wrong about.
Yeah, what do they know? What do they know? I know better than anybody else on the planet Earth, of course.
Everything. So have you, by the way. You've been wrong about it.
You're trying to turn.
I've been wrong about everything, and I've been correct about everything, of course.
You've been wrong about
No, you're trying to turn this into debate. There are
it. It's not a
business
debate.
people.
No, but you're wrong. You've been wrong. You've been wrong all your life on this stuff. You've been.
Yes, you've been wrong all your life, but I'm not turning this into a debate. Of course. I see.
And let me tell you about currency. You're going jumping a lot of different subjects. The reserve currency. No, let's stick to reserve currency. That's where you started, right? The reserve currency is under threat because you have Iran, you have Russia, you have China.
Iran is definitely a threat to the position of the dollar, of course.
One that you have to worry about because they want it. Yeah. They want to have the yuan be the thing.
Iran, definitely a big competitor when it comes to US dollar being the world currency. That's such a wise assessment of the situation.
Power. So here's what I'm doing. Again, I hate to go back to it.
Tariffs.
If somebody says, and I know countries want to get out because they don't respect our leadership. They look at this guy, they say, you got to be kidding. And she's worse than him. By the way, I never thought I'd say this. She is not as smart as Biden, if you can believe. This is not what we had 4 years of this lunacy, and we can't have it anymore. We're not going to have a country left. Okay, currency.
Yes, every single thing is a country-ending event in Trump's world and in Trump's campaign and in a Trump interview.
Very important.
Yes.
And if you want to go to third world status, lose your reserve currency. We have to have that. We cannot lose it. If you'll go to third world status in this country because you take a look at the way things are running. If a country tells me, sir, we like you very much, but we're going to no longer adhere to being in the reserve currency. We're not going to salute the dollar anymore. I'll say that's okay. And you're going to pay a 100% tariff on everything you sell into the United States.
Of course, the answer to everything is a tariff. If you're in doubt, you just throw a tariff at it and it'll just work itself out, of course, naturally. That is definitely the success strategy.
And we love your product. I hope you sell a lot of it into the United States, but you're going to pay 100% tariff.
1 billion%.
He will then follow it up by saying, sir, it would be an honor to stay with the reserve currency. That will be like just playing. That's not even chess, that's checkers. But you don't have listen to this. You don't have other people that can talk that way. You know, a lot of people say, we love Trump's policy, but
nobody says we love Trump's policy. Find me those people who say we love Trump's policy. We don't even know what your policy is. We only know about the tariffs. You seem to think that you can just throw tariffs at everything. That's going to be your sole policy on everything. It's going to fix all the problems.
We would like to have another messenger because we don't like him. He's a little bit crass. And then, actually, it was Lindsey Graham, I must say. He was a progressive, in all fairness. But Lindsey Graham said, but Trump's policy doesn't work without Trump. And there's a lot of truth to that. Macron was going to, nice guy, Emmanuel. He's a wise guy, but he's for France, and we're for the USA. You know this story. He was going to tax American companies doing business in France, a very substantial tax. And I told my people, I didn't even like the companies, but I'm representing American companies. And so I said, call Macron and call his people and say, we're not going to stand for that. And I got Mnuchin and, a lot of guys, smart guys, if I can finish. Yeah. I'll go longer if you want, if it helps, because you got to be able to finish. You move too quick. No, you got to be able to finish a thought because it's very important. This is big stuff we're talking about. You can't go that.
This is big stuff we're talking about. Okay.
Quickly. Gone from the dollar to let me just tell you. So I said, Mnuchin, call him up and say, No way. He did, and he came back
No
to see
way.
me. He said, they won't do it, sir. It's too late. I said to somebody else, you call him. Then I said, let me do it. And I called him. And I said, Emmanuel, you're taxing American companies very substantially. You're not doing it with other companies. You must think we're stupid. It's not going to happen. But Donald, I cannot do anything. It's too late. Or it was approved by a legislature. I said, that's okay. Here's the story. Every bottle of wine and
Here's the story.
champagne that you send into the United States,
It's gonna have a 5,000% tariff. How do you like that, Macron?
effective immediately, and I'm signing it
Effective immediately.
as I speak, I'm charging you 100% on every bottle of wine and champagne. You know, they like the wine and champagne, right? Every bottle of wine and champagne that comes into the United States of America has a tax on, starting on Monday morning, this was a Friday, of 100%. And that's better than you're doing, okay? And he said, no, you cannot do that. I said, I've done it. It's already signed. Monday morning goes, may I call you back? Yes. He calls me back in about 3 minutes. We have decided to remove the tax from the companies. I did this all day long, but you don't have. You think Biden does that? I don't think so.
Let me
those
change.
fantastical
Let me
stories.
ask you a very factual question. The
True. Let's go back to reality for a second.
Federal Reserve,
Yeah.
you say you don't want interest rates to go higher. You've gone backwards and forwards about
Depends
whether
on the
you want to
times.
keep, whether you want to keep Jerome Powell as chair of the Federal Reserve. His term as chair runs on to May 2026. Would you seek to remove or demote him?
Look, I think it's the greatest job in government. You show up to the office once a month and you say, let's see, flip a coin. And everybody talks about you like you're a god. Oh, what will he do? I mean, before, the guy used to walk into my office, he was like begging. Oh, he was fine.
But you did talk
You know
about
what,
you talked about removing him once.
I did, because he was keeping the rates too high.
Yeah.
And I was right.
And you would do that again.
In fact,
We get rid of him again.
he actually dropped them too much when I did this. Because I said I was threatening to terminate him. There was a question as to whether or not you could. And there was an article in the New York Times, 2 half pages. 1 page said I can do it by lawyers. 1 half page said I couldn't. And that was enough for him. And he dropped the hell out of the rates. He dropped them too much. He went so, he dropped them actually too much. Okay. Here's the story. I think that if you're a very good president with good sense,
So not you. Got it. That's a hypothetical that's definitely not about you.
you should be able to at least talk to him. I don't say make the decision at all, but I mean, I've been a very successful businessman. I've done really good, much better than
With all the bankrupts. Okay, let's not get into this.
now. People are understanding how good I've done because they're seeing it real, much better than the fake news wants to give me credit for.
Just on the issue of whether you would
I think I have the right to say, as a very good businessman and somebody that's used a lot of sense, I think I have the right to say that, you know, I think I'm better than he would be. I think I'm better than most people would be in that position. I think I have the right to say I think you should go up or down a little bit. I don't think I should be allowed to order it, but I think I have the right to put in comments as to whether or not interest rates should go up or down.
When you looked at the Supreme Court, you came up with a list of people
I did.
who you thought of replacing, bringing in as Supreme Court justices.
Yeah.
Would you do that with the Federal Reserve?
Well, I no longer need it. It was a great thing. In fact, a lot of people said I got elected because of that. I was an unknown quantity. I was very known as a business guy, but I wasn't known as a political.
Yeah, and was not very good reputation, but you know, whatever.
Person or the leader of a country. And people were very worried about, you know, actually they were worried, am I going to be liberal, if you want to know the truth? And somebody said, would you come up with a list of 20 or 25 justices, in this case mostly judges, that you'd put in case it were necessary? Now,
I'll be right back. Yes, everybody, when Trump started his campaign, everybody was just worried that he'd be liberal. That's definitely what was people's biggest fear about Donald Trump. What a quiet crowd tonight. I think this is one of the quietest nights ever in the history of ever. It's okay. I'm good at entertaining a very small, a very quiet crowds. I think I do. I hate to be very arrogant about myself, but arrogance is the way to go. Arrogance is the way of the self-esteem. Why is everybody leaving stream? Because I went to the toilet and people hate it when people... Plus, not everybody's leaving the stream. You're here. And that automatically means that also Tai is here. So that's not true. Everybody's not leaving this stream. Everybody that needs to be here is here. Everybody that needs to be here is here. That is my policy and opinion on the matter. I do need a BRB screen. Maybe I'll just use the... What do you think? Would it be cool if I used this for the BRB? I mean, that would work, no? I think that would work for a BRB screen, no? And I would put on some music and voila. Voila, voila. right? Don't you think? All right, let's continue reacting to this interview. This fascinating display of nothing, actually, as always, from Donald Trump. Fascinating. How much you can say and still say nothing at all.
It's amazing because I got 3.
It is amazing, actually.
4 years. Most people get none. Because, you put them in, they're young. You tend to put them in young. Only stupid people put old. You don't put old in because they're there for 2 years or 3 years. Right? So you put them in young. So I got 3. A lot of judges, a lot of presidents get none. I got 3. And I think they've been 3 great choices too, by the way. But
just on the Federal Reserve,
by the way, I think they have been really great choices. But I got 3 judges, and you know what they want to do? They want to now put up to 25 justices into the Supreme Court, the radical left. And
the radical left doesn't want the Supreme Court to be stacked too much in one political direction. How dare they?
That can't happen. So I think I've done a great job on putting in justices. And 300 judges, and that made a tremendous...
Yes, you've done a great job in stacking the Supreme Court with people that agree with you ideologically. Well done. They've awarded you with the whole presidential immunity thing. Congratulations.
Difference in the country. I was a little lucky because Barack Hussein Obama did not get his judges approved. A lot of them. So I ended up with 125 judges before I got there.
I wonder.
So most presidents don't even get to put a Supreme Court judge in because there's 9. And, they're there for a long time. Most of them are there for a very long time. And I got 3, which is a very unusual situation. I got 3 in 4 years.
Maybe we can change the subject to technology, seeing you wouldn't answer about the Federal Reserve. The US Justice Department is thinking about breaking up Alphabet, as Google likes to be known now. Should Google be broken up?
Is he going to actually answer that question?
I just haven't gotten over something the Justice Department did yesterday, where Virginia cleaned up its voter rolls and got rid of thousands and thousands of...
What the hell does that have to do with Google? Oh my God. Really? Really? Okay, I didn't see that coming. I just remembered something completely different, completely unrelated. Let me allow you to ramble about it so that you can forget what question you've asked and that you even expect me to answer it.
Votes, and the Justice Department sued them that they should be allowed to put those bad votes and illegal votes back in and let the people vote.
Yes, that's definitely the answer to the question, should Google be broken up? That's brilliant. That's brilliant.
So I haven't gotten over that. A lot of people have seen that. They can't even believe it.
Yeah, you've not gotten over it to such a degree that you're talking about it when it's totally unrelated. You sure have not gotten past your trauma.
The question is about Google, President Trump.
Yeah, look, Google's got a lot of power. They're very bad to me, very, very bad to me. I mean, I can speak from that standpoint. They only have bad stories. In other words, if I have 20 good stories and 20 bad stories, and everyone's entitled to that, you'll only see the 20 bad stories. And I called the head of Google the other day, and I said, I'm getting a lot of good stories lately, but you don't find them in Google. I think it's a whole rigged deal. I think Google's rigged.
What? The Google search engine is just, I don't know, biased against Trump, I guess. Jesus, come on. The persecution complex. So what is the answer gonna be? Should Google be broken up or not? Like, come on. Say something, Mr. President.
Just like our government is rigged all over the place.
You would break them up, in other words.
I'd do something, but you have to have, look.
Oh my God. So you would break them up. I would do something.
Which must feel weird.
Oh, Xander Hall. That is so weird. Oh, I would do something definitely.
I give them a lot of credit. They become such a power. It's such a power, and you got to give them credit for that. How they became a power is, really the discussion. At the same time, it's a very dangerous thing because we want to have great companies. We don't want China to have these companies.
Well,
right now, China is afraid of Google. Right now, China is a very powerful, very smart group of people. I will tell you that from very.
Okay, why is YouTube recommending me the channel of Rob Noor? I've never in my life entered the channel of Rob Noor. Never ever in my life have I entered the channel of Rob Noor. And now I'm being, for some godforsaken reason, recommended Rob Noor all of a sudden. In an unexpected twist of events. What's happening? Why is my YouTube like this?
There's an example of a Chinese tech company at the moment,
Yeah.
TikTok.
Yeah.
You initially wanted to ban TikTok. Now you like it, apparently for some reason to do with Facebook.
Yeah.
There is a decision coming up, if you became president,
Yeah.
its Chinese parent would have to sell it, I think it's by
Yeah.
January the 19th. Would you force them to do that?
So I originally had it all done, and then I said to Congress, your decision. I said, I'm not going to, pull any strings, nothing. Your decision. You make it. But I had it all done. And I said, you make it.
Done?
And they decided not to make it. I didn't care if they made it or not, because to me it was a flip of a coin. You have some real First Amendment problems. You have a lot of problems.
You just talked about Chinese technology,
Yeah.
the need to defend against it.
Yeah.
TikTok and the threat people see to many kind of American children and things like that.
Yeah, but
Why do you no longer see TikTok as a security threat?
I think it is a threat. Frankly, I think
Well, not
everything's a
enough
threat.
anymore.
There's nothing that's not
what?
a threat. It's a threat. Frankly, I think everything's a threat.
Oh, everything's a threat. Are you a threat, Donald Trump? If everything's a threat, then you're a threat as well, right?
There's nothing that's not a threat. But sometimes you have to fight through these threats. You can't just, like Google. I'm not a fan of Google. They treat me badly. But are you going to destroy the company by doing that? If you do that, are you going to destroy the company?
So you're not going to break them up. Can't you just answer the question in a straightforward way? Can't you just, what?
What you can do without breaking it up is make sure that it's more fair. They do treat me very badly. Oh, and he told me, no way, you're the #1 person on all of Google for stories. I mean, which probably makes sense, to be honest with you. I actually believe most of them are bad stories, but these are minor details, right? And it's only bad because of the fake news, because the news is really fake. That's the one we really have to straighten. We have to straighten out our press, because we have a corrupt press. That's the one we really have.
Can I ask you about Silicon? I was in Silicon Valley recently. You talked to the tech bosses there and the tech people, and there seems to be a real fear that what you would do with tech is you would hand it over to Elon Musk and say, you sort it out.
No, I have great respect for Elon. Look.
Wait, what does that have? What? That is such an incoherent answer.
I saw that rocket ship come in yesterday and go right back to where it took off, to the gantry, I guess they call it. And I said, what the hell? I was on a phone talking about...
Didn't you say not so long ago that if Elon Musk would go and kneel and beg, if you'd ask him to beg, then you would? And now you have great respect for him all of a sudden? What happened? What's changed? What filled you with such big respect for Elon Musk now as opposed to then?
Probably
what
politics.
Has changed?
And the television's on, and I'm seeing this big thing where the white paint was burned off it from the thousands of miles an hour, the heat. And I see this big, massive tube that's 10 stories, 20 stories tall come down. I told the person on the phone, wait a minute, I'm seeing something that's I don't believe it.
As usual, this rambling has nothing to do with the question. It's nothing, like it's not an answer at all. It's why are we listening to this?
Neither does anybody else here. And I said, wait a minute. I forgot the guy was on the phone. He waited for a half hour. And I watched that come down, and I watched it come down and come right in between those big levers. And I said, and it looked to me like I was going to crash. It was coming in hot. And all of a sudden, boom, you see the motor, the fire kick in. And I called Elon. I said, that's the most incredible thing. I said, can Russia do that? Nope. I said, can the United States do it? Nope. He's the only one that can do it. And I said,
you now want to put him in charge of deregulation.
Not deregulation, cutting.
Cutting wasteful spending.
Cutting.
Every single
which would
president,
include
including
deregulation.
How do you even know?
I've got to approve it.
Every president comes in and talks about cutting wasteful spending.
Oh, there's tremendous work.
Give me an example of something you will do that will get rid of government spending.
Cut the education.
Well, let me give you an example. When I came into government, I was the first
An
thing.
example going forward.
Well, no,
not
but
what you
this
did in
is
the
this
past.
is going forward because it's the same thing. When I first sat down, a general came into my office and he said, "Sir, it's nice to meet you. Would you please sign this?" I said, "What is it?" It's a contract for a new Air Force One, which is actually two planes, not one, two Boeing 747. And I said, "How much is it?" $5.7 billion. So it's a hell of an expensive plane, but there's reasons for that. He said, "Nope, I'm not signing it." I said, "Who negotiated it?" Barack Hussein Obama.
Yes, definitely. That's how the former president was introduced. Definitely. He's the only one who can do it. Screw the people who slaved for him, who made it.
I said, "I'm not signing it." Why? Because there's a lot of fat. I said, "I'm not signing. It's got to have a 3 on it." Anyway, long story short, some of you have heard this. I got it down to, because first week they cut off 400 million. He said, "I'll cut." I met with the head of Boeing. Wait, Dennis. I said, "Dennis, you got to have a 3. 5.7 is too much. 5.7 billion." He said, "The most I'll take off is $400 million. I said, "Well, that's not bad for one conversation." So he got it down. I said, "Nope, I'm not accepting." Then he took off 2 more. Then he took off. Anyway.
And then it ended up being for free. What do you know? I'm such a art of the deal genius.
2 months went by, 3 months went by. I thought we blew the deal, and it was okay with me. I didn't care. But we should have a new Air Force One. When we see these planes from Saudi Arabia, from different countries, brand new, and ours is like 32 years old, and it's a very different plane. It's a much smaller plane, the whole thing. The United States should have the best plane, I will tell you. Not for me, but we should have it.
Let me
just
example.
finish.
Would you?
So he said, he calls up after like
You make all those anecdotal, fantastical stories and never answers any questions. That's just incredible.
3 months. I didn't call him, which is the best way to buy something. Don't call back. And he goes, in fact, when he called me, I said, "I wonder what the hell he wants." That's a good way to negotiate, let me tell you. So he calls back.
Sure.
Said, "Sir,
Sir,
3,999,999,99 1 penny below $4 billion. So I said, "You got yourself a deal." Then I said to him, "Let me ask you a question. So you had a deal at $5.7 billion, and in a period of 2 months, I got $1.7 billion off. That means you were going to make $1.7 billion profit on an airplane. Did nobody ever negotiate with you?" "Well, not really, sir. This is the price." And they said, "We'll take it." And I said, and then I learned, that was
is
my
there anybody that can corroborate any of these stories that he keeps throwing out there into the ether?
first experience, from that. But then I learned everything is like that. There is so much waste. So I'm getting, think of this, the exact same plane for 1.7 billion less, except I have a better paint job. Okay, much better paint job. A different color, red, white, and blue is beautiful.
I see.
And if you look at every contract, that's one contract, and relatively small compared to most. Think of it. You save
thinking.
1.7 billion
I'm thinking intensely.
because you negotiate. Every deal is like that. We're building ships that are costing 2-3 times more.
Can you give me an example of
There's
something?
tremendous waste, fraud.
We're not gonna hear an example of cuts in spending, are we? We're never gonna hear an
And
example.
abuse in our country.
You talked
And if you could cut it, you would have a surplus without even going into growth. But growth, we will grow. We're going to bring companies and jobs in at levels that you've
Because
never
of
seen.
tariffs, right?
And you would never be able to do it because you're not a believer in tariffs.
I'm
The
not
only
running
way,
for-
let me tell you, the only way you can do it
Can you answer the
is
question,
through the
please?
threat of tariffs. It's the only way you can do it.
Can we come back to one thing on that? Deal making. You look out across this room, there's some big businesses, but a lot of small ones.
A lot
By
of
the
big
way,
ones.
you've given us a lot of examples of things where you've negotiated with the heads of big businesses.
Right.
Give you an example, when you put the tariffs on China, much smaller than you're planning to do at the moment, when you put them on, Apple came, you negotiated a difference for them.
I did.
That's much harder for small business people. Isn't the problem with the way that you do these kind of deals? You're bound to deal with the big companies. It's the small companies who get hit by all these different things and can't find exceptions.
Oh, we have exceptions. No, we had an exception rule. I gave Apple an exception. Tim Cook is a great business.
Apple is not a... Hey, Trump, what about the small companies? Well, I gave Apple an exception. Wow. Amazing. That was just great. Yes, the Apple, the small bean company.
Apple is not a small company. And
No.
Please
No,
don't give it to Tim Cook.
but here's what
The
happened.
question is about small business.
Yes, but I would
What
make
will you do for them?
No, but we have a very talented group of people. Bob Lighthizer did a very good job. We had great people. We had central casting. These are great, and a large group of people. We made exceptions. In the case
To whom? To Apple?
of Apple, they needed an exception. You know why? Because of Samsung. He came to me and he said, Samsung makes a product.
So one big company needed an exception because of a different big company. Oh, am I still answering the question about small businesses? My bad. Of course.
Product similar to ours, very good product, the phones and other things.
Gosh.
And because they're in South Korea, they
Oh,
don't have the
gosh.
tariffs. Because we're in China, we have the tariffs. I said, you happen to be right. You're not going to be able to compete. I said, look, I'm going to give you a 1-year break, but I want you to start building your factories in this country, whether it's Texas or any other place, anywhere in the country. And he said, what does that mean? I said, you have everything in China. I want you to move it from China back to our country. And he started doing that. And he built a factory, a big one in Texas. He built another one. And this was all a process. It was all happening. But I did give him an exception. And the reason was, he said, as soon as he said Samsung, I said, how is that product compared to yours? He said, it's a good product. I said, then you really can't compete. You can't have a 25 or a 50% tariff and compete, right? Yeah. And I said, I'm giving you an exception. And I did it for many companies.
But what happens if a small...
But the ultimate...
businesses come and see?
Oh my God.
No, but
That was the question.
But we do it for small businesses too. We do it for small business. I'll give you
Okay.
another example. We have a man who I didn't know, but he came to me. He was at a meeting, and he built kitchen cabinets. And he was, pretty big in the business. That's all he did.
If he was pretty big in the business, then how was he a small company? Jesus Christ! Oh, I'll give you another example of a small company that was pretty big in the business. Dude! Come on. Dude.
Has built kitchen cabinets. He said, sir, China and South Korea are building kitchen cabinets for 1/3 of what I can make them. I said, what's the quality? They're not as good, but they're good enough. I can't compete. I'm going out of business. I have 2,000 people that work for me. I'm going out of business.
That's a small company. I have 2,000 people working for me. That is the example of a small company. Really? That is the small.
I put a 25% tariff still on kitchen cabinets. I saw the guy 3 days ago. He said, I'm the man that saw you about kitchen cabinets. You saved my company when you did the tariff, and you saved thousands of jobs, and my company is now doing very well. And he started to cry.
My small company of 2,000 employed people. God bless such small company that the US is full of.
Started to cry. And this guy hasn't cried too much, I will tell you. He said, you saved my company. There's nobody that could have done that.
Maybe I can ask you, Ben, about something else.
Yeah.
Business people here in this room.
Yeah, I'm never gonna receive an answer to the question, so we're just gonna move on. Is what I'm hearing.
Business people, capital markets, they all like the rule of law. They like certainty. The Chinese, who you mentioned, other dictators,
Right.
they don't like it when things go wrong. But they like it when things go wrong in America. If you look at the events of January the 6th, 2021, it showed to many people America's democracy was unruly and violent. Only 3 weeks to go to the election. Will you commit now to respecting and encouraging a peaceful transfer of power?
Uh-oh. Oh, no. Uh-oh. He's not gonna answer. Spoilers. He's not gonna answer the question. Spoiler alert.
Well, you had a peaceful transfer of power.
You had a peaceful transfer of power. You had a peaceful... Come on, President Trump. You had a peaceful transfer of power compared with Venezuela.
Until it wasn't peaceful. Until, you know what happened.
It was by far the worst transfer of power for a long time.
Thank you. I appreciate that, because this is what they like to do. This is what they like to do. It's very interesting.
The question, President Trump, is would you respect the decision?
When I found out about this interview, I did a little check. He's a man that has not been a big Trump fan over the years. So I had to...
Wow, what a big surprise. Trump does not have big fans. What a shocker.
Choice. Do I do this interview or not? I'm glad I did it. But do I do this interview or do I disappoint a lot of people? Because I know a lot of people in the audience. But his view is very different than mine. Let me just tell you.
I'm asking
March.
March.
We had a term.
March.
Peacefully and patriotically. These were people.
Yeah, and that definitely happened. January 6th was so peaceful and so patriotic that, oh my gosh. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
If you think an election is crooked, and I do, 100%, if you think the day it comes when...
Okay, if you lose, will you also think that the election was crooked, or what's up? What's up?
You can't protest. You take a look at the Democrats. They protested 2016. They're still protesting it. Nobody talks about them. But if we protest, we want to have honest elections. You think the last election was honest?
Do you think it was
honest?
All the times it went to courts, the courts
No,
sided...
it didn't go. They went to court, and the courts all said, you don't have standing. Nobody had standing. And it's hard, frankly, after an election for a judge, but they all said you don't. Nobody ever had standing. But the facts, if you take a look, I'll show you hundreds of pages of facts. People were angry. People went there. And I'll tell you what, they never show that.
Well, yeah, you riled them up. Of course they were angry. You led them to believe that their election was rigged. Of course they were angry. Whatever. Oh my God. How silly.
The primary scene in Washington was hundreds of thousands, the largest group of people I've ever spoken before. And I've spoken with
the largest amount of people that have ever gathered in one place in the history of the world, of course, naturally.
And it was love and peace. And some people went to the Capitol.
Of course.
And a lot of strange things happened there. A lot of strange things.
Curious things, mysterious things. I was so mystified by it. It's like hypnotized me. I couldn't do a thing for a long time, but then I finally did. I called them to go home. Maybe with a bit of a delay, but you know, it was just such a mysterious spectacle that I just could not look away. So, can you really blame me? Can you even blame me though?
with people being waved into the Capitol by police, with people
Oh my
screaming,
God.
go in, that never got into trouble.
Ugh. Apologies for that. Apologies for that. Just got a little bit impatient with this, I guess.
You know, I don't want to mention names, but you know who they are. A lot of strange things happen.
Got a
But
little bit impatient. Apologies.
you had a peaceful, very peaceful. I left the morning that I was supposed to leave. I went to Florida.
Welcome back, Greater Rain. How was your family time? We're doing this, as you can see. As you can see, we are doing this. Welcome back, Greater Rain. Now the chat can be alive again. We've got a active side chat again because all the other people are hiding on YouTube.
And you had a very peaceful transfer. This was not and I'll tell you what, those people that did go dead, which was a tiny fraction of the people that went to Washington. I mean, you're talking about a very, very small, because there are hundreds of thousands of people, and I don't know what you had, 500, 600, 700 people go down to the Capitol. But those people, that was not one of those people had a gun. Nobody was killed except for Ashley Babbitt. She was killed. She was.
So nobody was killed or someone was killed? No, it was all cool. It was like a peaceful, it was a picnic basically at the Capitol, if you think about it. Let's have a picnic with Mike Pence was the, let's sandwich with Mike Pence or whatever was the slogan that they shouted, right? Let's eat with Mike Pence.
Was killed. She was shot in the head by a policeman that what he did was horrible.
President Trump,
President Trump, please stop rambling. Please stop rambling. Please stop rambling. Please get back to reality. Come back to us, please. It was nice. I mean, it's somewhat ongoing since I believe my aunt is staying for the night, but they're still on the road from the restaurant we all ate at now. Nice. What did you have? What did you eat?
I think we should be allowed to disagree on that. And obviously,
I mean, there's a difference between disagreeing and organizing an insurrection, no? Oh, yeah, you did say. I'm sorry. I forgot. What type of pizza did you have? Get out of my state, Trump. Too late. Already embedded deeply into your state. Like a journalist in a war zone.
you see by the reaction in this room, there's a lot of other people.
Let's return to one other big subject that you bring up repeatedly, immigration.
Yeah.
I know it's a very
Oh no, the trans immigration prisoners. No, that one's gonna be a doozy, won't it? We'll see.
Issue for you, but just from the point of view of business people here, you look at the full effect of taking a lot of people out of the workforce, removing a lot of people. The Congressional Budget Office is banking on the fact that there'll be $9 trillion added to the GDP of America over the next 10 years by immigrants. You want to stop that.
Did you eat dinner much earlier today? Yeah, spaghetti bolognese, store-bought, of course. I didn't cook it myself, although I actually cook pretty good spaghetti bolognese, so maybe I should cook it at some point. I'm gonna think about it. You made me think. You made me think about cooking, which is probably a good thing. I'm gonna think on your wise words. Even though, technically speaking, just asked me if I had dinner. You didn't actually say anything, but, you've made my brain activate for once.
Process. For all the people who run businesses in the audience, I'm just focusing on the economic thing. Are you prepared to say, look, it's fine to have a slightly smaller economy?
Of course you're wise. Have you seen his ad where he attacks Kamala over a trans woman prisoner and calls her... Oh, God. Do I have to? Do I have to watch it? I mean, you can link it if you want, but I really... Oh, God. Join the page and link it. We'll take a look. Okay, let's talk about immigrants, about those evil demons.
In exchange for having the immigration controls
Okay,
you want.
simple answer. I want a lot of people to come into our country, but I want them to come in legally. I don't want to have.
I mean, asylum seeking for one is a legal process. It's just, what do you mean legally? That whole framing does a lot of legwork.
Murder.
But that means
I don't know why everybody's like clapping like seals and whistling like doofuses. Like he didn't say anything.
that means you will have. That means you will have to.
What a meaningless statement.
Deport, you are talking about deporting 11 million people. That is a lot of people.
Okay,
to
you
take
ready?
out.
Are you ready? You ready for this stupid statement that I'm about to throw your way like a curveball?
Came out last week that 425,000 people are horrible criminals at the highest level.
Wait, hold
But
on.
Came out that 25,000 people. It came out last week that
I have to
A lot
listen
of
to
people
this.
Okay, you ready?
to deport. You are talking about deporting 11 million people. That is a.
It's just like I was expecting something. I was actually listening to the advice and I was getting ready for this. And what I'm hearing is
A lot of people.
Okay,
to
you
take
ready?
out.
I'm ready.
it came out last week that 425,000 people are horrible criminals at the
400,000.
highest level. But it came out that 13,099 were let in during their administration. They tried to say it longer, wrong.
13,000. Okay.
Over the last 3.5 years, 13,000 plus people came in,
13,000.
murderers. They're in jail for murder. Some were having the death penalty. They were all released into our country.
Okay.
13,099 people were released into our country.
So 13,000 people, is that the argument? I hope I'm not misrepresenting Trump's argument, but 13,000 criminals necessitates throwing out 11 million people. Is that what I'm hearing? That 13,000 criminals necessitates the deportation of 11 million people. How does that make sense? Please make it make sense. I've not had much macaroni and cheese in my life.
We had drug dealers released. We had street gangs released. Look at what's happening in Aurora. But now I don't have to go with Aurora anymore. Look at what happened last night in Times Square, where migrants from all over the place. It's not just South America.
From all over the place, from Poland.
We have people coming in from the Congo, large numbers from the Congo and Africa. They came in, as of last night, I was speaking to Tom Homan, 180 countries. People came in. They came from prisons and jails. They came from mental institutions and
they're getting transed, of course. You're right.
insane asylums, a step above.
What does that have to do with deporting 11 million people? This whole ramble about nonsense, about people coming to the US from prisons and mental institutions. Is he going to actually mention the trans thing?
They came from the terrorists. We had large numbers of terrorists come in. When I was president, we had the
Wait,
strongest
they came from the terrorists? What does that mean? From the
border in the history of our country. I built hundreds of miles of wall, and walls work, by the way. Hundreds of miles. We had the best numbers we've
Emily, you're white.
ever had. Now we have the worst numbers, and here's the problem. We have some of the worst criminals in the world coming in. Now, Venezuela, their crime has gone down at levels that nobody's ever seen before because they've taken their street gangs and their drug dealers and they've emptied their prisons, not fully because they can't get enough buses. They've emptied their prisons. They load up the buses and they drive them into the United States, and they're dropping.
So are you saying that 11 million people are all criminals and terrorists and therefore they all need to be deported? 11 million criminals. That's a pretty strong statement.
their prisoners into our country. Their crime is down. Their numbers are crazy how low it's dropped. I heard 72, 74%. They've taken their gangs. They've taken their criminals off the street.
That's not an answer to the question at all.
Their people out of mental institutions, which cost them a fortune, and they've taken them and dropped them into the United States of America. Those people have to be returned. We can't live with thousands of murderers and not.
How didn't you say you were good at mathematics? There's a difference between thousands and 11 million. No, that's not just some small difference.
The issue I asked you about was the idea that if you reduce immigration, every economist will tell you, if you have fewer people, there is a smaller economy.
I like immigration, but they've got to come in legally.
Okay. Well, let's finish on two.
No, I want to make sure. Look, I don't want to have people that have killed 9 people and they're a sadistic, crazy nut job. We have to have people that can love our country, that can that will obey the laws, everything else. You have
so
hundreds of thousands of criminals being dropped in, and Venezuela is one country. Look at what they have done, though, in Aurora. They've taken over apartment complexes. They've gone into the real estate business. See, they're like us, except they've done it with MK, whatever the hell they're called, right? I mean, they have weapons that are so sophisticated our military doesn't have them. They've taken over parts of cities. In Colorado, you have a place called beautiful Aurora. Take a look at what's happened to Springfield, Ohio, where they dropped 30,000.
The immigrants, the illegals, have better military gear than the Army of the United States. You've heard it in this interview. Their military gear is so sophisticated that, the U.S. Army does not have such equipment.
People into a community of 50,000 people, and it's total bedlam. The hospitals can't be used anymore by the residents. The schools can't be used by the children that were there last year because other people that don't even speak the language.
The issue I asked you about, many companies here have a shortage of labor.
Yeah, that's good. We'll take care of that. We're going to get people in here rapidly, and they're going to be people that want to be in here, and they're going to be people that can love our country and won't kill people because they don't like the way they look. These are killers, by the way. Some of these killers are among the most evil killers. They will look at you down, the beautiful woman there. They'll look at you and they will kill you. These are seriously sick people.
What?
And no, I don't want them in our country. And they are in our country right now. And they're in there because Kamala Harris, who's our border czar, is an incompetent person.
Trump, for the record, as you know, the crime rate is lower. Can I finish with 2 questions? The first, you just said it. You don't do old. You own and run businesses.
Yeah.
Would you appoint a CEO who was 78? You didn't give you a medical.
I would. Depends on this. I've met people like Biden, who's in bad shape. I wouldn't appoint him.
You can come to the US if you contributed 1 camo suit or powered exoskeleton. True. Those illegals, but you have to be an illegal immigrant because it's those illegals that have all the sophisticated military equipment that the U.S. Army has never seen in their life. True.
He's 81 or 82. He's 4 years older. But I'd appoint. I know some of the smartest people I know.
Wait, you don't know how old he should be if he's 4 years older? Do you know how old you are? It makes me question if you know how old you are. If you're like, 81, 82, he's 4 years. What?
I know a man that made all of his money from the time he was 80 to 90, and he was a failure all his life. He was in the drinks business, the different.
Strangely, you didn't bring this up but you were running against Joe Biden.
No, I never attacked him for his age. In fact, I used to defend him on his age.
I think that.
Yes, you did. What do you mean? Yes, you did. You just did now. What the hell? When it was convenient, it was fair game to attack him for his age. Now, suddenly once you're the oldest nominated candidate in the history of the U.S., suddenly it's okay to be old, I guess. suddenly.
Attacked him for his lack of competence.
I've asked you all these questions.
You've not. You've not just attacked him for his lack of confidence. Come on. It's on record what you've actually attacked him for. Just Jesus Christ. Just to lie about things that are so easily verifiable is just comical to me personally. But
By the way, just for because I think it's important,
is it?
and I know you do too. I know so many people in their 80s that are among Bernie.
I mean, my grandfather was very sharp at the age of 85, but it doesn't change the fact that you attack Biden on his age.
Marcus is 95. He founder of Home Depot. You have that conversation with him. He's just as sharp as he mentally. He's just as sharp as he ever was. He's 95. I can tell you that in their 90s, I don't want to get into the 90s stuff, but you know what? I know many people in their 80s. I know guys in their 80s that won't leave the company, like family companies where they don't want the kids to take over because they're much more competent than their kids. I know them both, right? So no, I would have no problem. And you do have another factor. You know, we've had some of our great
on the Supreme Court. You just said
some of our great world leaders are in the 80s, and if you look throughout history, some of our greatest world leaders were in their
which great world leaders are in their 80s? Are you about to say Vladimir Putin? Because that's not true. Putin is not in his 80s, actually.
80s. No,
Who?
that would bother me. But, you know, I took 2 cognitive tests, and I aced them both. I think that, frankly, people, regardless, should take, if they're 50 or 40, or I think people should take cognitive tests, not because of the age, but because of something else. Now, here's the problem. They say
what's the something else? Come on, you cannot just throw things like that into the ether and not explain. What are the other things that you should take the cognitive?
Constitutional, okay? But I would love to see cognitive tests. I don't think she could pass a cognitive test. I mean, I've watched. I don't think she could pass a cognitive test.
President Trump, you've gone over many issues on this.
We've covered a lot of territory.
I asked you many questions about things.
Yeah, you've covered a lot of territory without saying anything. It's remarkable. It's pretty impressive, actually, how you can.
The one thing I haven't asked at all about is the state of the race.
Yeah.
And I had a question for you. On election night, which state would you look at first? Which state do you think this race is going to be decided by?
So they say Pennsylvania, I would say most. I think we're doing very well there.
There you go. Said it. It's because of the Polish people, isn't it? The Polish Americana, or the Americanian Polonia.
I think you look at Michigan too, and I'm doing very well there. You know, we don't have to look necessarily. The votes are starting to come in now. So you look at polls, but you can also look at the votes that are being cast right now. People get a pretty good indication. And based, as we discussed backstage, you know, based on the votes that are coming in so far, we're doing very well. I mean, we're way up in Pennsylvania. We're way up in Michigan.
Oh, no. Do better with Polish people, Kamala Harris. Come on. Give free kielbasas or something. Ptasie mleczko. Come on, do something. Appeal to the voter. Listen, I've been saying this for a long, long time, but progressive victory, that whole PAC thing, should have hired me. You should have hired me to appeal to the Polish vote as a Polish person. I would have went to the US and canvassed for the Polish vote, and then Kamala Harris would have won 100%. Definitely, that would have happened.
We're doing very well in Arizona. I saw Arizona. In fact, somebody said they're going to pull the plug in Arizona. They're going to give it up because it looks like we're quite a ways ahead. I think we're doing well. Look, this is a party, the Republican Party, of common sense. Forget about...
Of course. The dinosaur party.
Conservative, liberal. We're, let's say conservative, but we're really a party of... We need borders. We need fair elections. We don't want...
Yes, because the Democrats say that the U.S. does not need borders.
Men playing in women's sports. we don't want
Oh,
transgender
I knew that trans issues would come to the surface sooner or later. I knew it. I knew it. Trans issues.
operations without parental consent.
Where do those transgender operations without parental consent taking place? Where is that happening in the United States? Where? Show it, point it, demonstrate it. Well, you cannot, because it does not happen.
There's so many things, but it's 99.
There are always so many things, because the imagination is vastless. So you can just basically create as many things as you want. The sky's the limit.
9% is common sense. It really is common sense. And
of course. Can you play the anti-trans ad next, please? I used to be orange. Orange is the new black. Of course. Of course I can play it. Someone should give you a subscription.
I like to say it. I don't know if anyone said it in the past, but I say we're really a party of common sense, and we want to have
the most meaningless term ever, the party of common sense, whatever that means for a Republican. Common sense is if you make up lies about transgender operations happening without parental consent.
Great people in our country. I want to have a lot of people come in so that you have your choice and so that they have choice. I want to, I have a good heart. I have a heart where I want people to be taken care of, but I don't want to take in people where millions of people, 21 million people at least, have come in the last 3.5 years, unvetted, unchecked. We don't know anything about them. How about this? Gavin Newsom, he's the governor of California.
Newsom.
He signed Newsom, I call him.
Yeah. But do you think?
No, he corrected me. He corrected me. I said, that's the first time I've been corrected.
There are CEOs out here. If they said those sort of things about a rival CEO, they'd be sacked. Do you think?
But they don't have to survive like me. They don't have to go through what I have to go through.
True.
There's never been a president that's...
Nobody knows the trauma that President Trump has to go through and will have to go through once he's president once again. Nobody understands the struggles of Donald J. Trump. Truer words were never uttered.
Been treated like me, so I have to fight my own way.
Well, you made a very good job of...
He signed a bill in California 2 days ago that you don't even have the right to ask a person for voter ID. And if you ask a person for voter ID, of course you have to show voter ID. The only reason you wouldn't do, because they want to cheat. The bill says you cannot, it's against the law for you to ask a person, may I please see your voter ID when he votes? What is our country coming to?
Well, the whole voter ID thing is silly. The whole registering to vote is a silly concept as well. Oh, look, Vietnamese. Bo phil o dai. Bo phil o dai. Interesting. Vietnamese. So many languages. Yo kiso. You. Yeah. I have to brush up on the Hangul. It's been a while since I've read anything on Hangul, and I think I've forgotten some of the characters. And yet the red hugs are once per...
You've given us a tour d'horizon of where that country might be going to.
True.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
For the conversation.
That was a horrible performance. Or what did we even expect? Like that was quite predictable, to be quite honest with you, that he would not answer a question, that he would just ramble on about unrelated topics. It's just par for the course. Like, I guess that's, as they say after debates, it just went as well as we might have expected it to go. So now... Yes, now we've got a few other things we can look over, for sure. Let me just go to the kitchen and grab a snack, grab a drink, and then I'll be back, and then we'll be able to fully enjoy ourselves with the new topics. So far we've been catching up. I was supposed to do this yesterday or something. I was supposed to do this yesterday, but as you all know or don't know, I've been not feeling very well yesterday, but I'm making up for it today with all of my power. With all of our powers combined, we can all win today. Hold on. I'll be right back. Don't run away. Don't run away from your responsibilities. Hello. How are you? Okay, let's play the anti-trans ad. You're right. You're right, Emily. You're so cool, Emily. I'm eating a Polish sausage. Polish kielbasa. You say nonsense? Well, excuse me for greeting you, for asking you how you were, if you were okay, if everything was good, for being nice to you. I will never repeat that mistake again. I'll be a jerk. Apologies. Sheesh, fake Alec Kyle Parker. Not being very nice to me today. Damn. Oh well. Let us watch the thing. True. I have to be nice. The biggest person I have to be nice to is myself.
This is
Okay? I have to
the
be
Jim
nice
Heath
to
4 campaign.
myself.
This is the
That is the big challenge. That is my homework that I've been assigned to do. So, if you're here to follow me on my self-love arc, then consider supporting your favorite streamer on that road. Okay. Without further ado, let's just get into it. Let's just get into... Oh, wait. Hold on. Oh, crap. It's so late. I still haven't taken my hormones. But yes, consider. Consider the following. That I'm on my road to a recovery. All right, we're about to do the react to the hate ad of Trump about trans people. Oh, let me watch on my alt also. True. Do it. Do it. Don't be cowards. Give me views. All right. Let's go. Wow, this is a deep analysis of Asmongold's apology by President Sunday. All right, let's watch.
This is the Jim Heath channel playlist of 2024 campaign ads.
All right, let's go.
He murdered a father of 3, sentenced to life in prison. Kamala Harris pushed to use tax dollars to pay for his sex change.
I made sure that they changed the policy so that every transgender inmate would have access.
It sounds insane.
Oh, how horrible. Giving people dignity even if they are in prison. How dare you? How dare you treat prisoners as humans? We all know that once you're in prison, you're no longer human, right? Right?
Because it is insane. Kamala was the first to help pay for a prisoner's sex change.
The power that I had, I used it in a way that was about pushing for the movement, frankly, and the agenda.
Kamala's agenda is they, them, not you.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
Be sure to subscribe.
That is the stupidest pun I've ever heard. It's they, them, and not you. What does that even mean? This is so silly. And it actually goes beyond just trans issues, believe it or not. This whole thing. In my opinion. Because it sort of normalizes the notion that once you're in prison for any reason that then your humanity is basically forfeit. You don't have to be treated as a human being. You don't have to be given any sort of consideration, dignity, anything. You're a prisoner. You're less than human. You're less than. That's just amazing. I mean, in the US, prisoners cannot vote, I'm pretty sure. So that's already a pretty big infringement. So that's already making prisoners are already in the US less than full citizens to begin with. So why did your racist, homophobic dad agree with it? What did he say? This is ridiculous. Also the misgendering, but that's par for the course. I didn't expect any less, to be quite honest. I did not expect any less from a campaign like this. The sex change operation. You're just not a citizen, or barely human, if you go to jail for any reason. It's over for you. So much for restorative justice. So much for restorative justice. So that's my 2 cents on the matter. That is my opinion. I mean, yeah, of course. That's because Donald Trump is deeply transphobic. He mentioned the trans topic during the interview that we've just covered. So, of course, he believes that kids are being transed without the consent of parents, or rather that there are surgeries happening at schools. You just sneezed? Well, Gesundheit, or bless you. Bless your heart. Bless your precious little heart. Okay? Bless you. Bless you to heaven. Bless you to heaven high. Don't vote Trump. Nick Fuentes commits to taking Trump down. Oh my gosh. What a development. What is President Sunday up to? Still Asmongold?
You're a part of a minority, bros.
Well, that's pretty fucking true, actually.
I like long Furbies. I think long Furbies are neat.
Yeah, Google Furb Trio.
Still part of the, yeah. How are you, Raider Ain't? You back? You've missed my whole spiel. Lucy, were you bullying Alec while I was gone? No, actually I was making a whole spiel about how we are on a self-love arc right now. And if you want to support me on that journey, consider supporting your favorite streamer. You know? Times are changing. We're entering a new era of self-acceptance, etc. It's where we're entering a new age of self-accepting. Lucy Hazeh. Let me check what Xander Hall is up to. Let me check what's happening here. For 90k,
Old dad is a fucking
for 90k subscribers, 249 viewers.
treasure, dude.
That I'm not even a person anymore. It's like I'm
Oh, Xander Hall is covering the same topic as President Sunday. So let's compare the numbers. Let's compare the numbers. Xander Hall is having 255 viewers while covering the Asmongold apology, with Asmongold having a very peculiar hairstyle. That is good, right? And President Sunday, President Sunday is below Xander Hall in views when they cover the same topic. That's not good, President Sunday. That's not good. You're losing out, Xander Hall. You're gonna take that, President Sunday. You're gonna take that standing. I'm gonna be humiliated like this. Damn. I'm really acting weird today, but it's okay. You're here for it. That's why you like watching me, because I like all goofy and not super serious. I don't treat myself too seriously, you see. I treat myself with distance like all Polish people do. There's a Polish trait, treating yourselves with a distance. What the heck? Something is happening and you wouldn't guess, says Kid Not Kin. I have a bad feeling that President Sunday is gonna rate Kid Not Kin and not me. Whatever. It is good that you accept yourself, Greater Ain't. I feel proud of you. I feel more proud of you than I felt proud about the thing that I felt proud last. If that makes sense. Does that make sense? I think it makes perfect sense. Okay, let's... yeah, it makes sense. I knew it. I knew you'd think it makes sense. I always suspected that you knew it would make sense. Alright, let's go through some topics, shall we? Let's do a little bit of reading, because I was supposed to go over this. We're gonna read point by point, because Zelensky's victory plan has been, revealed, has been put forward. All of the points of the great victory plan. Here's what's in Zelensky's victory plan for beating Putin. We're gonna read it, we're gonna discuss it, maybe we'll see what sort of feedback this victory plan has gotten, and well, that'll be it for the topic. I think that's the most we can do. The most we can do, I believe, is to read it, comment on it, see some feedbacks, and then, that's it. It's gonna be it. So without further ado, let me see what this whole victory plan is all about. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky on Wednesday presented his so-called victory plan to the Ukrainian parliament, aimed at seeking a just peace to the war with Russia thanks to aid and guarantees from its allies, which already off the bat makes me very worried about this victory plan, considering that the Western aid can be very flimsy. The Western aid is a flimsy mistress, and the political resolve of Western countries is even more of a flimsy mistress. So we'll see. It's not off. This is not off to a good start. I'll tell you that it's not off to a good start. Also, even security guarantees from allies, it's not really a guarantee. Like, I'm pretty sure that there are countries that are against Ukraine joining NATO no matter what, which are in NATO, which is a pretty important detail because you need all of the countries in NATO to agree for a new member to join. It has to be anonymous. Unanimous? It has to be, everybody has to agree. So let's see. The plan consists of 5 main points and 3 secret annexes. We're gonna learn about the 3 secret annexes. Ukraine's victory plan is a plan to strengthen our state and strengthen our positions to be strong enough to end the war, Zelensky said, adding, if we start moving with this concrete plan of victory, now we may manage to end the war no later than next year, which I'm already skeptical of such a statement. There is no race to get traction on a prospect for ending the war on favorable terms for Ukraine at a time when Russian forces are making slow but steady progress along the front lines and future support for Ukraine is in doubt thanks to the next month's US presidential election. It's not just because of the presidential election. There are a few factors when it comes to this. There are a few little factors. The idea is to ensure that Ukraine gets ironclad security guarantees from its allies and is well armed to prevent Russia from using any pause in the fighting to reach and then rearm and then attack again, which again, like the aid for Ukraine is far from guaranteed. The political will is dwindling, to be quite honest, the longer the war goes on. There's always the talk about war fatigue, which is comical to me, but unfortunately very serious to many. And the fact that even when Ukraine finally gets the aid delivered, then it's not really allowed to use it in an optimal way, say to attack distant military targets within Russia itself. So there's just an obstacle after obstacle after obstacle. Hoop after hoop after hoop. This plan can be implemented. It depends on the partners, which, again, deeply worries me. It certainly does not depend on Russia, Zelensky said. Zelensky has already presented his plan to US and European leaders, and I am sad to report that the response to the plan from those leaders has not been very enthusiastic. Although so far the reaction from Kyiv's allies has been muted. He underlined that Russia isn't negotiating. Russia still evades honest diplomacy and throws more ultimatums in between the bombs, Zelensky said. The official line out of the Kremlin is that the special military operation must end with the fulfillment of all our previously set objectives, according to spokesperson Dmitry Peskov. Moscow's conditions amount to Kyiv's capitulation, demanding Ukraine withdraw from Russia, claimed areas, abandon intentions to join NATO, guarantee rights to Russian speakers, demilitarize, and denazify. Here's what's in Zelensky's plan. Okay, let's go. 1. Invitation to NATO. An invitation to join NATO. Already a tall order of the right of the bat, because there are at least a few countries that are adamant about not letting Ukraine join NATO. So that's a big hurdle to overcome. Getting all countries to be on board. Even though actual membership is still an issue for the future, an invitation to join would send a strong signal to Russian leader Vladimir Putin. An invitation is a strong decision that requires nothing but determination, the Ukrainian president said. However, NATO Security General Mark Rutte would not say if he'd rally allies to support Zelensky's push for an invitation, adding that his ongoing deliberations with Kyiv and with member countries could not be shared by way of a press conference. Here we are. The victory plan is not only about an invitation to become a member of NATO. The victory plan has more elements, Rutte told reporters on Wednesday. The next steps are not just on this issue, but on the general content of the victory plan. He reiterated that Russia had no role in deciding if Ukraine should be in NATO. Member countries have committed to Kyiv's irreversible path to membership, but I haven't issued an actual invitation. I mean, there are countries that are not on board still. Germany was not on board, I think. The US was not on board. I'm pretty sure that Hungary, there are countries that are not on board. More weapons faster with no restrictions on their use. That's, at the moment, that just feels impossible. I'm sorry. Especially the second part, no restriction on their use. That just feels like a pipe dream to me, to be quite honest, considering the West's attitude on the matter. Like, maybe I'm sounding very negative right now, but it's just, I don't think that's gonna happen, to be quite bluntly honest with you. Like, even the aid, even the weapons getting faster feels like not a, that feels like a hurdle in on itself, and the no restriction part just almost feels impossible. Ukraine has prepared a list of weapons to protect itself and to bring war close to home for the Kremlin. It includes training and air defense capabilities to deter Russian attacks, real-time satellite data from allies, ending all restrictions on the use of donated weapons to strike inside Russia, and help from allies in shooting down missiles and drones over Ukrainian territory. That also feels like a tall order, even though I'm 1,000,000,000% on board with the idea of Poland, for example, shooting missiles down over the territory of Ukraine. Poland should have been doing this for a while now. Many of those steps have been blocked over Western fears of crossing Kremlin red lines, but Zelensky argued that Ukraine's advance into Russia's Kursk region showed that a lot of that is bluster. And of course, there's the other side of the equation, Russia's escalation, which seems to be just brushed under the rug, but that's neither here nor there. North Korean troops in occupied Ukraine preparing to fight. Thanks to the Kursk operation, we saw that Putin doesn't have enough strength to hold his own when we push really hard, he said. Which, not inaccurate. This is not an inaccurate statement, to be quite honest. Deterrence. Ukraine proposes to deploy on its soil a comprehensive non-nuclear strategic deterrence package that will be sufficient to protect Ukraine from any military threat from Russia. Actually, I'm pretty sure Zelensky said during a conference that either Ukraine will join NATO or it will pursue nuclear weaponry. But then he apparently sort of clarified that statement. Faced with that, Moscow would either join an honest diplomatic process for a just end to the war, or it would face no longer being able to continue to fight thanks to the aid being given to Ukraine. I mean, that would be the case if the aid was quick, consistent, and in big numbers, which none of these three criteria are being met right now, not even close. The exact weapons were not revealed by Zelensky in his speech to parliament, but he said leaders in the US, Germany, France, and UK know Kyiv's asks. And they've probably known them for a while. Strategic economic potential. Ukraine proposes partners from the European Union and US sign a special agreement on common use of Ukraine's critical resources like lithium, gas, titanium, and others, and produce energy together in the future. Which is, yeah, it is a pretty good idea actually. Post-war perspectives. Ukraine would bolster European security thanks to its battle-hardened military. If the partners agree, we envisage replacing certain military contingents of the US armed forces stationed in Europe with Ukrainian units after the war, Zelensky said. Ukrainians have proven that they can be a force that Russian evil cannot overcome. And now, reactions. This is the interesting parts. You've already gotten some of my reactions, but who cares about my reaction? Who cares about the reaction of the streamer? Let's get the reactions of the actually important people, shall we? Let's get this show on the road. Some of the Ukrainian MPs listening to the speech felt it was very ambitious. The plan looks like others need to do everything for us, European Solidarity Opposition Party MP Alexei Honcharenko said in a Facebook post. But Roman Losinsky, a Ukrainian soldier and member of the Liberal Holos Party, saw things to like. On one hand, the plan sounds like a fantasy. On the other hand, Patriot, Storm Shadow, and F-16s used to be just as fantastic as was the sinking of a large part of the Black Sea Fleet of the Russian Federation and the control of a piece of Kursk. Everything depends on the decisions of partners and the success of our diplomacy, Lozinski said. Well, the problem is, of course, that the partners are getting more and more unreliable. So, however, he added that Zelensky did not explain how he plans to achieve the implementation of these points, which is pretty crucial. Peskov called Zelensky's plan ephemeral and added Kyiv needs to sober up and admit its policies have no perspectives. Zelensky will be in Brussels on Thursday to meet EU leaders, where we'll again push for acceptance of his plan. We will hear from President Zelensky about his proposed victory plan and work on the next steps to build consensus around the peace initiative, European Council President Charles Michel said in his invitation letters to leaders. So that's one thing that we've read about this topic. It's just the biggest criticism of the leaders of Europe and even politicians in the US was that nothing new was proposed, no new miracle strategy was given by Zelensky to win the war. But the sad and brutal reality is that actually the main thing that Ukraine needs to win the war is more reliable Western support. And that apparently is not exactly something that the West wants to hear. The West wants to hear that Ukraine should find some brilliant, magical strategy that would allow Ukraine to defeat Russia with current level of aid or less. That is basically how I see it. Which is just a ridiculous standard, in my opinion. You know? There's more. There's more. An immediate invitation to Ukraine to join NATO would be decisive. Putin just must see that his geopolitical calculations are worthless, Zelensky told the leaders of the EU countries, most of which are also members of NATO. Putin must respect our strength, not have the free world tremble at his threats, Zelensky said. And of course, Russia has been talking about how NATO expansion, how potential joining of Ukraine to NATO was the reason for the invasion. But then again, as time goes on, the reasons for the invasion changes. It's very fickle. Sometimes it's NATO, sometimes it's denazification, sometimes it's the persecution of the Russian speakers. It's always, every day, it's something different. We don't really have a reason that is consistent and not changing as the war goes on. Zelensky's 5-point plan comes at a critical moment in the war as Moscow's forces advance in the east. A bleak winter of power cuts looms, and a US presidential election casts uncertainty over the future of Western support. I would say that the Western support is already, in some cases, uncertain whether or not Trump wins, but Germany is getting pretty bad when it comes to aid already, sort of announcing cuts. But there was no immediate sign that Kiev's most powerful allies were ready to throw their weight behind the most sensitive elements of the plan, such as a NATO invitation, even as they pledged continued support for Ukraine. And the pledges, bit by bit, little by little, take it slow. Take it slow. Asked about the plan as he arrived at the summit, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz said, "You know Germany's position on the issues involved. This will not change." And that is about giving Ukraine long-range missiles. Not to even mention allowing Ukraine to use it on Russian territory. At NATO headquarters, which Zelensky is scheduled to visit later in the day, Secretary General Mark Rutte reiterated that alliances pledged that Ukraine will be a member of NATO in the future, but could not say when. Which is basically a nothing statement. It could mean in a year, 2 years, 20 years, 100 years. It will be a NATO member in the future. The question is about the timeline. I cannot answer this now at this moment, he told reporters at the start of a 2-day meeting of NATO defense ministers. Rutte has said NATO's 32 members will have to study the plan in detail. Much will depend on its predominant power, the United States, which has so far shown no willingness to issue an immediate invitation to Ukraine. Russia denounced Zelensky's plan on Wednesday, saying he was trying to push NATO into a direct conflict with Moscow. Some of Kyiv's closest allies in the Baltic states voiced support for Zelensky's initiative. Lithuanian Defense Minister Laurynas Kasčiūnas went as far as to back the specific call for immediate NATO membership. The invitation is a first stage, but it's a real irreversibility. A point of no return, Kasčiūnas said. NATO has declared that Ukraine will become a member, but cannot do so while at war, as this would draw the alliance directly into conflict with Russia, which has been an issue ever since 2014, when there are disputes, land disputes, conflict. A country cannot join as a new member of NATO. Zelensky argued NATO could issue an invitation now, even if membership itself comes further down the line. His plan also calls for permission to use Western weapons to strike deep into Russia, and a comprehensive non-nuclear strategic deterrence package in Ukraine to protect against threats from Russia, which he has not detailed. The plan also offers the West a role in developing Ukraine's natural mineral resources and proposes Ukrainian troops could replace some US forces in Europe. There you have it. Great in theory, at least some of it. But I'm not just sure if the West is willing to play ball, which is pretty crucial. I would argue that the fact that the West is not playing ball enough is the reason why, when it comes to the war in Ukraine, we are where we are today. We could, if the West delivered what it promised, then I believe we would be in a completely different spot right now than where we are. I believe this wholeheartedly. There's no doubt about that in my mind. But hey, you know, such is the nature of the beast. Such is the nature of these things. Unfortunately...
Hit it one more time.
Oh wow. Maybe this is be the person that'll write later. Unfortunately, we live in a world where we keep being, at least I keep being disappointed by the West and its lack of proper support for Ukraine. Damn. So how do we feel? Any thoughts? Any emotions about what we've just heard? Any questions? Anything about the 5-stage plan? Any thoughts about the 5-point plan of Vladimir Zelensky? Anything? Have you got anything for me? You've been listening so intently to what I've been saying, so I assume there's some reflection. I wish the world would be more united in aiding Ukraine. Well, there's unfortunately the individual interests of nation states and the lack of political will. There's a lot of factors that come into this. But you know, it's just frustrating. It's just deeply frustrating that we could be in a completely different situation if the countries would help with even a fraction of what they're capable of. But unfortunately, that is not something that we can change. That is something that's definitely beyond our control. It's definitely not something that is within our control. Isn't that right? It's gross when people sit back and watch places burn and shrug as if nothing can be done or it's too hard to intervene. All that is true. Wicked irradiation. I'm glad I've been scoping your content. I'll say in here. Food shops personally was off-putting. Wait, what? Okay, wicked radiation. What happened with food shops? Have you come here from food shops? Also, what do you think about my content? I think you're a fairly new viewer, so I will try to persuade you to come to the page. I will try to lure you into the page. Can you become a pager viewer? So what about food shops? Can you elaborate? and give some feedback on my content. Is Food Shop streaming right now? Let me see. Food Shops is twice as big as me. Yeah, Food Shops is currently twice as big as me. But no, Food Shops is not live, it seems. Last time she was live was 7 days ago. Also, I've debated Food Shops, just so you know. We've had a debate on genocide. I think I did pretty well. I am pretty optimistic on how I've done on that particular debate that happened one time. Is the chat slow today? And like it feels like the chat might be a bit slow today, but it shouldn't be. I did the setting where the chat should be pretty fast still. Testing. Like the chat should not be slow today. Let me check. No, it should be okay today. Even though the internet warns me that the signal is not great. It's not bad. Why do you need me on that? Oh, well, there are a few reasons. One reason is that you will get access to all the cool emotes that are on the page. The second is that what you write will actually be visible on screen on the stream. And three, if you decide to support your favorite streamer, which I assume that's me, and generously donate any amount of money or subscribe for any amount of money, all that money will go to me and not to any sort of in-betweener like YouTube or Twitch. When you do that through the White Forest page, lucyhaza.org/alive, or rather /donate or subscribe or whatever, then the entirety of the sum goes to me without any fees being paid to some. So yes, that is the answer. Have you got like a 3 arguments why you should join the page? 3 excellent arguments. Wait, the only reason you don't like Food Shops and you like me is because she plays XCOM and I play Final Fantasy Tactics? Is that it? Is that the only difference between us in your eyes? It's like literally the only reason. What would you do if I started playing XCOM? What would you do? What would be your course of action? What would you do if I sang out of tune? Would you stand up and walk out on me? What would you do? What would your reaction to that be? Just a few seconds delay, it's pretty doable. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Okay, let's take a look at my favorite page because that's also, it's been a while since we've checked on it, so let's do it. Since it's been a while since I've checked on the Russian media monitor. Do you take gift Steam codes? I can, yeah. What do you give gift Steam codes? Although I would rather if you joined the page and donated, I'm not gonna lie. I'm working towards fixing my financial situation, actually. That sounds brutal. That sounds mean. That sounds very forward, but that is the reality of the situation. That is the reality of my life. I have to work on self-love as well as my financials. My double homework. Russian Media Monitor is the page that we're gonna look into. Because it's been a while since I've reacted to anything from the Russian Media Monitor, and I've been quite frankly wondering what they've been up to. Maria Zakharova issues a warning to American journalists. Oh, all right. Let's watch. I'm always fascinated by American journalists being threatened. I don't want to sort of jinx it, but there might be a chance. There's a little bit of a chance if I do my due diligence that I might become journalistly officialado. I might have become the journalist officially, as in there might be a actual press thing that will stand behind me, issuing me a press thing. And the good part about it is, if that actually ends up happening, it will happen for me, the trans person, which is an very interesting development. Here you go. Here, what do you mean? Here you go. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Yellow ball. This only takes gold bars and rare spore samples. Wait, is the delay really heavy? Maybe you're just behind on stream. Can't be. It can be that the delay is that heavy, can it? Listen, check your bar. Maybe you're just behind on stream. That's a possibility. Okay, let's watch the thing about the journalists. Russian
Говоря
media.
про информационную...
Speaking of info security and info wars, those pesky US journalists, especially the independent ones that go embed to the front lines or whatever, those are especially annoying jerks and their documentaries and stuff. Should nuke them.
безопасности информационной войны.
A recent situation with RT and Rossiya Segodnya.
Недавняя ситуация с RT, с Россией сегодня, с
with sanctions, with accusations,
санкциями, с обвинениями, которые
that have rained down on us from Western countries.
Страны западных стран.
Is this about the tenant media debacle?
Сыпались в наш адрес. Готовимся ли мы дать
Preparing to respond in some way?
какой-то ответ на...
Yeah, let's nuke them. Let's nuke all the journalists. That's the most proper Russian response to everything. Threaten nukes.
Вот эти заявления, на эти действия.
Just for your audience.
Для вашей аудитории, возможно, вы
Perhaps you've already said this, but I'll say it anyway.
уже говорили, но я все-таки скажу в
With respect to the Russian media outlets,
отношении упомянутых вами российских СМИ,
you mentioned,
прежде всего речь идет о Rush Today.
First and foremost, we're talking about Russia Today. Oh, so we are talking about the tenant media debacle, of course. They're gonna complain about it. They're gonna complain about those pesky Western journalists talking about the independent media being swayed by Russian money.
Принято, по-моему, более
More than 100 sanctions have been imposed. Oh no, the propaganda press has been sanctioned. Who could have seen that coming?
100 санкций, 110, по-моему, уже.
I think 110 at this point.
Что это такое?
You
Это
realize what this is? This is an info war. Yeah, against misinformation. I agree. This is actually an info war. A pretty good one, I'd say. It's a pretty good form of it.
информационная война. Вот недавно
Recently, your colleague,
ваша коллега, представитель
the representative of RT in the United States,
Today в Штатах, подверглась
was subjected to a literal attack by 20 FBI agents. I have no idea what that means, a literal attack by 20 FBI agents. What? Did 20 FBI agents throw themselves on the poor person like football players?
Ну, это буквально нападение 20 сотрудников ФБР. Мы были с ней на
We
связи.
were in touch with her this entire time.
Все это время, когда она
When she freed herself from them.
освободилась.
It does sound like they threw themselves on her like football players in a intense match. How fascinating. We're circling back to media literacy. Yes. Yes, we're back. We're going back to media literacy. That's right.
И, ну, буквально
Literally, like the movie, the Shawshank Redemption. Wow. Of course.
Вот, знаете, это как фильм «Побег из Шоушенка», вот у нее был побег из Соединенных Штатов
She had escaped from the United States of America.
Америки, хотя она не была
Even though
осуждена,
she wasn't convicted, she wasn't arrested.
она не была арестована, не была не была
She wasn't guilty of anything or charged with
ни
anything.
в чем виновата и не было предъявлено
When did she
никаких
run?
обвинений, но это действительно была
She was
попытка
simply trying to save herself. Well, wait, from what exactly? Mean words?
просто спасти себя.
Our diplomats helped her with this.
И наши дипломаты ей в этом помогли. 20
20 FBI agents.
сотрудников ФБР.
What did the FBI agents do exactly? Did they all tackle her at once? Stop resisting. It actually is apparently a Russian press woman.
Понимаете, о чем идет
Do you understand what this means? No.
речь? Речь идет о физическом, психологическом насилии над
This is physical and psychological violence. You haven't even described what happened, so I don't know. I don't know what this means, and I don't know what physical and I don't know what the physical and psychological violence even looked like, so I cannot even form an opinion.
человека. Это вот один только пример.
This is just one
Сколько, еще раз
example.
говорю,
You haven't even explored that one example properly. What are you doing? Like, you cannot just go to a different example before explaining the first one. That makes no sense.
те, кому повезло.
How many others were less fortunate or totally unlucky? What do you mean? What does that mean?
Меньше вообще не повезло, кто просто
Who were killed, blown up, and so on and so forth. Can you even give a single example of that happening? Can we... Well, whatever. It's basically almost like a Trump interview at this point.
был убит, взорван и так далее, и так далее. Ее до конца
They didn't fully let her go. Wait, what does that mean? They didn't fully let her go. What part did part of her stay in the country? Only part of her left the United States. She left a finger or two.
не отпустили, в том смысле,
In the sense that the American embassy
что американское посольство продолжает
continues to put pressure on her even here.
оказывать на нее давление
How?
даже здесь, даже на территории нашей.
Even on the territory of our country? How? What sort of pressure? How are they exerting it? Of course, we're not gonna hear an explanation.
Нашей страны. Теперь, что касается
As for the
мер в
measures
отношении
against
Russia Today,
Russia Today, or tenant media,
которые были разработаны американским
which have been developed by the American government
правительством вот в последний месяц.
in the last month.
Это не новые меры, это
These are
дополнительные
not new measures, but additional measures.
меры. То есть это меры, принятые в
Expanding their previous steps.
развитии предыдущих мер. Объявление
Declaring RT bureaus akin to foreign missions.
чуть ли не иностранными миссиями,
Declaring the prosecution of journalists. Which journalists were prosecuted?
Журналистов,
The tightening of laws pertaining to foreign agencies. That this has to be an illusion. This has to be about tenant media.
действия закона об инагентах.
Why does Russia care what about the an U.S. entity does? Shouldn't they coordinate with Interpol?
Ближайшее
Persecuted, not prosecuted. It's okay. She means both. In the near future, I guarantee you.
время, вот просто я вам гарантирую,
The American media will feel for themselves.
Средства массовой информации на себе почувствуют, что такое.
The kinds of measures taken by the American government. The Russian army is literally targeting journalists at the front and medics, for that matter. A Ukrainian journalist in captivity. We just found out recently that she died. She was killed, most probably. And we're talking about the media just about to learn. Come on. Russia's been targeting journalists from the beginning. Not just with pressure or with bullets and, I don't know, shells.
Меры, которые предпринимает американское правительство в отношении...
What are those measures against Russian journalists? Can you name any? Name those measures. Or stay silent.
Российских журналистов. Так что...
So set your clocks. You've been targeting... Whatever. I've already said it. I won't be repeating myself.
Время. Я закончила факультет...
I graduated from the journalism department of MGIMO. I'm not even sure how much that journalist school in Russia is worth.
Журналистики МГИМО.
I am someone you might call media friendly.
Ну, мне кажется, можно сказать media friendly. Эти меры
These measures will be directed
будут направлены в отношении
against the American media, American journalists,
американских СМИ, американских журналистов, чтобы они поняли,
so that they understand what it means,
что такое издевательство над
when their colleagues get tormented. Again, do you mean how the Russian military targets journalists for shooting practice? You mean like that?
коллегами, чтобы они просто...
Let them try it on and feel what it's like. And again, Ukrainian journalist has been confirmed dead in Russian captivity. What are we talking about here?
примерили на себе, что это такое. Понимаете, чтобы
So they'll think about what kind of a nation they live in.
они задумались о том, в каком государстве
And what kind of evil they serve. It's ridiculous.
они живут и какому злу они служат. И есть еще один очень
There's
важный
another very important point. What's the very important point?
момент.
Shoot us with the very important point.
наших глазах развивается
A monstrous scandal is unfolding before our eyes.
чудовищный скандал. Он чудовищный не по массовости вовлеченных
Of viewers involved in the news agenda
зрителей в новостную повестку,
related to this story.
связанную с этой историей. А по тем
But because of the facts that are emerging,
фактам, которые, так сказать, всплывают, чудовищный.
This is a monstrous scandal. Okay, get to it. Get to the scandal. Explain the scandal. Come on, Jesus. Get to it.
Скандал, вы, наверное, слышали, речь идет
You've
об
probably heard of it. We're talking about American singers, performers. American singers and performers.
Американских певцах, исполнителях песен, продюсеров,
Producers, production companies.
продюсерских компаниях. В центре стоит.
At the center of it is the figure of Puff Daddy. Okay, I'm lost. I have no clue what this is about. I have no clue.
Фигура Puff Daddy.
Puff
О чем
Daddy?
это все
What does it all mean?
говорит? Это говорит о том, что
It means that the American authorities, Puff Daddy, I've never, what?
вообще-то американским властям следовало бы занять
Should start putting their own house in order. Are we even gonna hear an explanation of this Puff Daddy thing? What is this about? Come on, what is this whole thing about?
заняться наведением порядка у себя дома. Мало того, это все еще было
Moreover, it was even riddled with murders.
пронизано
No way, riddled with murders.
убийствами. И сейчас
And they are just starting to talk about it now. I'm lost. I'm sorry, I'm lost. I have no Puff Daddy.
только об этом начали говорить. И все боялись.
And
Даже
everyone was afraid. Even megastars like Justin Bieber was afraid of the Puff Daddy thing. Sure. We're all afraid of the Puff Daddy.
звезды мега уровня, такие как Джастин Бибер, который
Justin Bieber, who became a victim of this violence. I have no clue what is being I'm just so out of the loop, I guess.
стал жертвой этого самого насилия,
Of this community of Puff Daddy.
вот этого сообщества. Они все боялись. Понимаете,
They were all
что
afraid.
происходит?
Do you understand what is happening? No, actually, I'm lost. I'm completely lost. I have no clue what's happening. Please explain. Puff Daddy.
Все это, помимо всего прочего,
So no, actually, I have no clue.
связано еще и с русофобией. Ну, ты спросите, как? Ну,
русофобия.
вроде бы вот связано сходит. И все это, помимо всего прочего,
Aside from everything else,
связано
all of this is also tied to Russophobia.
еще и с русофобией. Ну, ты спросите, как?
You might ask me, how?
Ну, вроде бы вот это вот американское сообщество,
It seems to be an American community.
это
Puff Daddy. Puffy father.
рэперы, актрисы,
Rappers, actresses, producers.
продюсеры. Причем здесь русофобия?
What does Russophobia have to do with it? No clue. Genuinely no clue.
Да дело в том,
The fact is that America has created
что в Америке создана система очень
a
удобная.
very convenient system for covering up such crimes. What crime? You haven't listed any crimes. I have no clue what's happening. I know there's a community. There's a Puff Daddy. Everybody was afraid. There were What are we talking about? He was accused of assaults. Oh, I have no clue.
Прикрытие подобных преступлений. Вместо того, чтобы
Instead of paying attention to them, instead of listening,
уделять им внимание, вместо того, чтобы вслушиваться
to the literally cryptic but very obvious meanings.
в буквально в зашифрованные, но очень очевидные смыслы, которые
that many performers tried to convey.
пытались транслировать очень многие исполнители, но которые боялись
But were afraid to utter.
сказать. Американские
Revenge. The American authorities are looking
власти ищут руку.
for a hand of the Kremlin. What?
Руку Кремля, русских хакеров,
Russian hackers, Russian diplomats, spies,
российских дипломатов, шпионов, сотрудников
GRU agents, as they say.
ГРУ, как они называют, новички.
Novichok and all the rest.
Чего только не было связано с Россией.
All sorts of things connected with Russia. All sorts of things.
Что якобы не дает им
That don't let them live, that get in their way.
Жить, мешает, создает им проблему.
And create problems for them.
Естественно, пресловутое вмешательство в выборы и
Naturally, the notorious election interference and so on.
так далее.
I mean, it was pretty notorious, you're right.
Все было
All of this served as a very convenient
удобным инструментом прикрытия и покрытия.
Hiding and covering up their own monstrous problems. I'm not sure if that's how that works, but
собственных чудовищных проблем. Теперь главное.
And now the most important issue. Okay, what is the most important issue? Shoot us.
Я понимаю, что мы с
I
вами
realize that we strayed from the topic of the interview.
отошли от темы интервью, но это
But this truly is very important.
действительно очень важно. Это вообще
Today, this is the issue number 1.
Сегодня вопрос номер 1. Вот посмотри.
Look, the U.S. is in full solidarity and basically created
Соединенные
a
Штаты
monster.
Америки полностью солидаризировались, да по сути.
All of this fuss supposedly by the Intel Criminal Court.
Они ее и организовали. Всю эту возню якобы международного уголовного суда против России по теме детей. Выписанные ордера, которые Соединенные Штаты Америки
What is this about?
вынимают,
The United States of America showed them off.
размахивают.
Is this about the kidnapping of Ukrainian children?
Очередной раз обвиняют.
Wave them in the air and once again blame our country.
Нашу страну.
Justin Bieber was a 13-year-old kid.
Бибер был ребенком 13-летним, когда
When a group of dirtbags taunted him,
ублюдков глумилась над ним в центре
in the middle of the United States of, I think there's a difference between taunting a kid and kids being kidnapped to be Russified, but I'm not even sure if that's what's being referred to.
Соединенных Штатов Америки. Где Вашингтон?
Where is Washington?
Может быть, они в мусор?
Maybe they will go to the ICC to get justice. Okay, there's a difference between being mocked as a kid and being kidnapped and your identity completely changed. No? I just... What? What is this ridiculousness? The ICC warrants against Putin and that lady that is the child rights person in Russia. Those warrants aren't because Russia is mocking kids publicly. This is ridiculous.
Обратятся для того, чтобы совершилось
Maybe they will go to the ICC to get justice. Oh my God.
Правосудие. Он что, один был мальчик?
Was he the only kid there?
Там. Там же было огромное
There was an
количество
enormous number of
детей в
kids
центре этой преступной
in the middle of this criminal group.
группировки. Посмотрите на его
Look at his video clip, the one's called Yummy.
клип. Вот этот самый клип Ями.
What is most surprising is that right now,
самое удивительное, что сейчас многие, кто
many
обращаются
who
к
go back to watch this video
этому видеоклипу, слышат, что
hear that aside from the word yummy, this is just so confusing to me.
там, кроме слова «ями», есть еще слово
There are also
young
words young me.
me. То есть eat yummy, eat young me.
What? I'm confused. I'm sorry, I'm just confused.
Сожрали невкусное,
They
сожрали его.
They didn't eat yummy, they ate him.
Может
Who?
быть, Соединенным
Maybe the
Штатам
United States should take a break
на секунду оторваться от
from global problems for a second.
мировых проблем.
Yes, Justin Bieber being mocked at the age of 13 takes precedence over the biggest war in Europe since World War II, I think, for sure. Hello, fake Alec Cal Parker.
Оставить Россию, забыть про
Leave
МУС,
Russia alone and let it do empire. Forget about ICC. Jesus.
и все свои возможности
Pause your posturing as the so-called exceptional ones. Also, the ICC is not a American organization. Like, the US is not even part of the ICC, as far as I know, so that's a pretty weird thing to say. I think she's saying the US ate Justin Bieber and it should have been an international incident, but wasn't because America's special. That is something.
и весь свой пафос, якобы исключительных, один раз в жизни обернуть
And use
в
your
отношении
capabilities towards yourself for once.
самих себя. И может быть сейчас,
Maybe now, in this case,
вот на этом деле
the United States of America
Соединенные Штаты Америки расскажут
will tell the international community
международному сообществу, как они докатились со своими
how they have sunk so low with their so-called values.
якобы
This is such nonsense. I'm sorry. Justin Bieber was mocked in public when 13, therefore the ICC should get off our backs for kidnapping children from Ukraine and crucifying them in Russia. But that makes perfect sense. I've never heard wiser words in my entire life.
ценностями, которые они распространяют по всему миру, вот до
Which they spread throughout the world.
до такого дна. Этого не
There is no way the police didn't know this.
могли не знать в полиции, этого не могли
There's
знать,
no way the FBI didn't know this.
не знать ФБР, этого не могли
There's no way the White House did not know this.
не знать в Белом доме, это знали все.
Everyone knew this.
Часть боялись,
Some were afraid, others were saving this information
часть берегли эту информацию для,
for just the right moment, so to speak.
так сказать, правильного момента, поэтому
Going back to the topic of our interview,
возвращаясь к теме нашего интервью, это тоже
this is a goal for all of us, for Russia and China. God. Oh my God.
задача для нас всех, и для России, и для Китая,
For all those who understand. Understand what?
для всех тех, кто понимает, что
What is happening in the world? I mean, I think we all have a pretty good understanding of what is happening in the world.
творится в мире. Задача создания собственного иммунитета от навязывания
Our goal is to create our own immunity. Immunity from what? Like accountability?
Нам вот этих самых
Against the imposition of these monstrous values. Yes, the monstrous values of believing that sovereign territory of a different country should just not be, I don't know, violated, that children from a neighboring country should just not be kidnapped in order to be Russified, that, I don't know, mass killing and filling mass graves is just not okay, not very kosher. Those monstrous values, I guess.
чудовищных ценностей, на самом деле
Which are in fact anti-values.
антиценностей. Навязывание нам
The imposition of anti-culture on us.
антикультуры, потому что это не отмена
Because this is not the abolition of culture.
культуры, это навязывание
This
антикультуры.
is the imposition of anti-culture, whatever the hell that means.
Мы должны себя
Oh yeah. I mean, probably some of them are.
сохранять.
What do they fear? The truth?
Боятся, правда?
Конечно.
Of course.
Это, ну, вы видите то,
You see
что
what has now been revealed.
То, что сейчас скрылось и вскрывается, не
And is
вскрылось,
still being revealed.
только вскрывается. Это же абсолютный сатанизм. Ну,
This is absolute Satanism. This is evil. Oh yeah. It used to be denazification, but now it's de-satanization, I guess. Like the Russian pundits have been talking about de-satanizing Ukraine and the broader West for a bit now. It became the new trendy thing to say.
ну, вот это и есть зло. Можно говорить в
Satanism. We can talk about it from a religious standpoint.
религиозном аспекте, в метафизическом, философском и так далее.
In a metaphysical, in a philosophical sense, and so on.
В обычном человеческом понимании
In the usual human understanding, this is absolute evil.
это абсолютное зло.
Evil. Yes, please subscribe. Please subscribe. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that button. Hit all the buttons. Hit the bell. Do it. Do it, you cowards. I know you want to. I know you want to hit the bell, hit the subscribe, or whatever else. Don't be cowards. Ugh. Damn, so tired. Supernatural evil is at work here. Really? Of course. Of course. Metaphysical. Okay, she lost me. Well, you know. Oh yeah, there's one more thing that I wanna sort of react to. Let's see if I can find it anywhere. Let's see what I can find here. It's always crazy to me that Prussia, country founded by the grace of the Polish dukes of Mazovia, named after destroyed Baltic Prussian tribe, paid homage to the kings of Poland, and then betrayed Poland and stole Polish territory. Yes, Prussia was a cancer that disappeared. Phew, damn, Jesus. What a strong statement. But I just read it out loud on Twitter. Damn. Holy moly. Okay, so in summary, a Russian woman was mobbed by the whole FBI department because question marks. Diddy, the rapper, is bad. I think the US wronged Justin Bieber and Satan himself is pulling the strings. Yes, how did... Exactly. I think you understood things perfectly well. You are a perfect student of the Lucy Hazeh School of streaming. You are a perfect viewer. You understood perfectly everything. Let me check. Wait, didn't I press like or whatever? No, I didn't actually. Actually didn't. Trump Patrick bet. Copy. In all sincerity, that is some of the funniest crap I've recently heard. Yo, you know, I'm here to entertain. It is a job. It is a job of a streamer to keep you entertained, and then hopefully turn it into a whole entertaining segment or whatever. Isn't that right, my fellow viewers? Well, I'm not a viewer, I'm the creator, but you know what I mean. What's President Sunday up to? Oh, no longer streaming. Wait, can it be? President Sunday's no longer streaming? Well, we've not been rated. I'm very disappointed. Let me guess. Let me guess. Yep, I knew it. Alright. Maybe Kid Not Kin will rate me. If I add Kid Not Kin into the exception or whatever. Lucy, you're a marathon streamer today. You've done over 5 hours, right? Really? Oh gosh, wait, sincerely? Wow, what a long marathon. It's okay though. I'm strong. Let's watch a little bit of this. Ukraine. Trump points finger at Zelensky for Russia's invasion. He should never have let that war start. Oh my gosh. So I guess Trump blames Ukraine for being invaded. Let's watch the 1 minute thing where he talks about it. Jesus. Why am I even surprised that Trump would blame Ukraine for its own invasion? Why does that even surprise me still? It's Donald Trump, of course. He's good friends with Vladimir Putin. In 2017, he asked, should I support Ukraine? Vladimir Putin, who I will in the future send COVID test machines. You're strong, it's true. I think you're stronger than I am. I doubt it. I think you're quite strong. Okay, let's see. Trump points finger at Zelensky for Russia's invasion. Let's hear what the arguments are. Although I'm gonna be honest, I expect them to be extremely stupid, considering that Trump did nothing to end the conflict in Ukraine during his tenure as president.
I want to help him because I feel.
Why is it starting here? I've never seen this, and it's already starting almost in the middle. Oh gosh, he looks so old here, so gray. So Jesus, he looks really, really old here. Older than usual. Much older than usual.
I think Zelensky is one of the greatest salesmen I've ever seen.
Oh, he keeps saying that. He keeps saying that crap. Why? Because Zelensky asks for aid, because Zelensky cares about his country being able to defend itself. So would understand that to achieve that, aid from the West is necessary. But he also understands that the aid from the West is fickle, and so constant sort of advocacy for that aid is necessary. Greatest salesman, whatever. Trump's an idiot.
Every time he comes in, we give him $100 billion. Who else?
What? Yeah, of course. In what I wish every time Zelensky would come into the U.S., he'd get out with $100 billion. I wish. Oh God, I wish that would be the truth. But no, it's not actually. Where are you even getting this number from? Every single time he comes. Really? Damn.
Got that kind of money in history. There's never been. And that doesn't mean I don't.
I'm sorry,
who
what?
Else got that kind of money in history? From $100 billion. Who else got that kind of money in history?
Oh, I don't know. All the other conflicts that U.S. participated in and spent much more than on Ukraine. Like the aid to Ukraine, I'm pretty sure still to date is the lowest amount when it comes to the list of all the past conflicts. Iraq, I'm pretty sure Afghanistan is all those conflicts that were, that the U.S. took part in. I'm pretty sure the aid to Ukraine has still not even approaching to reaching those levels. And here you are saying, oh yeah, nobody's seen that kind of money ever in the history of money. This is such a ridiculous statement to make. But of course it's Trump, so of course he's gonna do it.
Kind of money in history.
Nobody has seen.
Who else got that kind of money in history?
Who else got this kind of money in history? Like, come on.
There's never been. And that doesn't mean I don't want to help him because I feel.
No, you don't want to help him. You want to give up territory to Russia, to your friend Vladimir Putin that you've talked to 7 times since you left office or something. At least that we know of.
Very badly for those people.
No, you don't. You don't care. You didn't care when you were in office. You don't care now.
But he should never have let that war start.
What do you mean? What exactly could he have done? What exactly is it that Vladimir Zelensky could have done? Volodymyr Zelensky could have done to prevent this war from even starting? During an appearance on the PDB podcast, former President Donald Trump appeared to blame Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky for Russia's 2022 invasion of his country. Wow. Brilliant. Just brilliant. The biggest ally of Ukraine, Donald Trump. I wonder what will happen if he gets into office. I wonder what sort of amazing deal he will cook up for Ukraine. I'm so excited. I'm looking forward. Bemoaning the hundreds of billions of dollars in aid that the US has funneled to Kyiv.
I remember that. He could have.
Trump's harsh words come weeks after he praised the Ukrainian leader during a September 27th meeting at Trump Tower, claiming they had a very good relationship. Well, I'm afraid to think of the people that he has a horrible relationship with in that case.
Played cute, and he didn't play cute, and so I appreciated that. So we have a very good relationship.
In his new book, War, journalist Bob Woodward alleged that Trump has held as many as 7 phone conversations with Russian President Vladimir Putin as a private citizen. Oh wow, I wonder where Trump's loyalties. I'm gonna say this again because whenever the topic of Donald Trump comes up and how he thinks in terms of international politics, international relations. I keep having to come back to the fact that he puts a weird amount of stock on his personal charisma and being able to befriend dictators of, I don't know, countries that are basically authoritarian. It's very bizarre to me, especially since it often backfires. It often just doesn't go the way that he'd like. He just gets played, especially in 2017 during the whole infamous should I support Ukraine, Vladimir Putin? Should I do it? Oh no, it would be a great mistake because if you give them aid, they will just come back for more. Was the actual response of Vladimir Putin, by the way. Leading to renewed questions about their relationship and speculation about whether the 45th president is attempting to negotiate an end to Moscow's war on Ukraine on his own. I suspect so. And I suspect that Donald Trump's peace would not be good for Ukraine at all. I'm just gonna say it. It would be on very bad terms for Ukraine. I suspect it would involve territorial losses for Ukraine. Trump has refused to comment on the alleged calls with Putin, but told Bloomberg News, if I did, it's a smart thing. Which we've seen the interview just today. Brilliant. Brilliant. You can already see where this is going, where all this is going, where all this is heading. When it comes to the Trump presidency and when it comes to ending the war in Ukraine. Yes. Earlier it was Biden should never have let this war to start. Now it's, yeah, Zelensky's basically at fault for his country being invaded. I have no clue what Trump thinks could have been done differently, but yeah, apparently Ukraine is just to blame for being invaded. Great. What an amazing attitude to have. I guess either Volodymyr Zelensky or Ukraine itself were just too, I don't know, completely clad, dressed, too short a miniskirt. Russia just couldn't help itself. It's just... What do you even say to that sort of... It's so transparent. I'm sorry. It is just so transparent how Trump's weird it's just weird. It's very transparent just what Trump's attitude towards Ukraine is. When you say that Trump's peace would be good, do you think there's a chance that wouldn't be good? Okay, when you say that Trump's peace wouldn't be good, do you think there's a chance that it wouldn't even be peace? I would think that potentially it could become a big insurgency that would destabilize the region, like with all the weapons and stuff. I don't know. I mean, it could mean a brief pause before Russia decides to rearm and attack again, for example. It could mean many things. But I know one thing, it would not be good for Ukraine. I have zero faith from what I've seen so far, from what I've heard so far, that Trump's the person that's gonna negotiate a fair peace for Ukraine. Because it's not just about the war ending. It's a war ending on terms that will not end in Ukrainian suffering, in Ukrainian people being displaced from their homes, or even worse, tortured, killed, forced to become Russian citizens, to accept Russian passports, like, or dumped into a mass grave. That's also a possibility, as we've seen. Like, there's just ending the war for ending the war's sake is not at all what we should be striving for, especially on the terms that I'm suspecting Donald Trump will push forward. Those are my 2 cents on the matter. Those are my 2 cents on the matter, and yeah, that's it. That's it. Anything else? I don't think I have the power to watch the Kamala Harris thing today. Maybe tomorrow, we'll see. I've done a few things today. I think. What do you think? Bye, Lulu. Oh, you've already given up on me, fake Alec Cal Parker. Wow. Damn. Feel kind of sad. I'm feeling kind of saddened by that. Already given up on me. Oh well. It happens. It happens to the best of us. Wow. Lucy, I think you should rest up. You've streamed a long time. True. Unfortunately. Let's see. Let's see how many we've gotten in donations tonight. Let's see how closer am I to unshackling myself from my obligations. Blah, blah, blah. Admin. $5. How sad. Okay. So I guess I'll go to sleep. And good night. Wait, I'm actually gonna raid someone. I know there's somebody that's live right now who I could raid. A small bean streamer called VegCom that currently has 3 viewers. So we're gonna raid a VegCom because I know Philippe Auguste would like that very much. And that is exactly what we're gonna do. We're gonna support the creator that is even smaller than me. All right. All right, so I'm gonna end stream now. Thank you very much. You're gonna be redirected, and good night. Good night, full of love.